Hey, good afternoon, Steve, and thanks for asking me to kick off this excellent event today. It's really it's an honor. So thanks, appreciate that. I spent some time last night, writing up a nice presentation about how grateful I am to be here in America, the greatest country in the history of mankind. And I was going to talk about not letting this gratitude feeling lead to complacency and getting back to our foundational principles, which of course we need to do, fighting to keep the republic, the normal emotions when you think about really how lucky we are to be here now and how, you want to keep that feeling. But then I woke up this morning and over my bowl of Raisin Bran with my daily blood pressure medication, that emotion of gratitude changed to boiling anger, watching the Republican Party, with the help of President Trump, elect that disgusting warmongering Zionist kid diddler Lindsey Graham to another 6-year term in the Senate. So I don't know how do Republicans reelect this guy for what, the 5th time after everything that he's done and said. I'm thinking, is this the Republican Party that we want, that I want? And obviously no. So obviously something is wrong here, and I think I know, and I think the people that'll be on this call know what it is. We tolerated these neocon rhinos and Zionists taking over the party decades ago. We all stood up and got President Trump elected, and then we went back to sleep. And now the never Trumpers, Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz and Mark Levin are MAGA, and the party is back to its old shenanigans. And the reason is that we didn't fill the ranks of the party with our own people. So this is not the Republican Party I want to be associated with. So I'm really glad that 5 years ago, after I challenged Congressman Fitzpatrick in Bucks County for the congressional seat, I didn't just go away. I started working the precinct project here in Bucks County 5 years ago. And by making that decision and implementing a plan of action, being intentional, doing the grunt work, now we have a fighting chance at the end of this month to get new leadership and new bylaws in place after 54 years. It's ridiculous. So if we want to fix this thing, we need to address the big elephant in the room, which is election fraud. President Trump told everyone to end the mail-in voting, and the Republican Party now hires this flamboyant, prancing pony, Johnny Appleseed, to tour the nation, seeding every state with mail-in voting. And now he's even on the PA GOP state committee. So that's just great. We need to get rid of these stinking machines and the mail-in voting, or we're never going to overcome the cheating. And the only way to do that is to elect committed reformers to state legislatures all across the country, because they make the laws that govern the elections. That's the way the Constitution's written. And this is the reason why I contacted Steve back in January about launching a renewed nationwide effort to recruit and train people to do the precinct strategy in their county. We need to win elections with election integrity fighters. It's that simple. You're not going to do it with these rhinos in charge. They're not going to let it happen. So we got to take it back from them. So I look forward to continuing this effort with the help of the other great patriots on the call. And it's going to be a long, hard fight to save this republic. So plug in and, get to work, get off the couch, run for a local Republican committee seat, recruit some others to do the same, study your county bylaws and attend the local meetings, communicate with the others in our network of local leaders, and get to work. So thanks, Steve. I'll get off my soapbox now.
Well, that's good. Thank you very much. How do people reach you if they want to get a hold of you?
You can reach me at writeforbucks.com, or you can email me at andy@writeforbucks.com. That's with an FOR in there.
So, Velma, before we have our next special guest on, tell everybody how they get in touch with us and how they can get on the precinctprojectusa.org.
Sure thing. So just online, you go to precinctprojectusa.org. And from there, right at the top, you can click the button to register, provide a little bit of information about yourself if you're interested in participating in the workshops that we're going to be doing after the 4th of July. If you're interested to become a precinct person or any other information you'd like to share, current or former, precinct people are more than welcome. And let's see. And then if you'd like more information about what's happening in your state, you can scroll down and click on your particular state, see the number of precincts, number of counties, see your county and state GOP, and any of the local organizations. You can also contact them directly. So everybody's welcome.
Thank you very much. Now our next guest is somebody really special. We delayed her a little bit because some of the podcasters could get in. So I am bringing on a special person who for 2 years, everybody helped. People sent cards. People sent everything to her. We had her in our prayers. You know, every show we were on, we tried to help, to do everything we could, spoke to the governor of Colorado. So without further ado, I want to bring on my very good friend, Tina Peters. We love her. Unmute.
Steve,
Yeah.
can you hear me?
We can.
I don't even know what to say to everyone. You know, you guys were literally the wind beneath my wings. It's a little emotional because of my gratitude to you and all the people out there that never stopped. The pressure that you kept on, the information that you got out. In prison, you were my voice, and now I want to be your voice. In prison, I was the voice of the women that were in there. Many of them had no voice at all, and we were able to affect change. We were able to let them know their rights while they were in there, which was amazing. So much was hidden from them in order to keep them ignorant to what was right and what was righteous and what their rights were. You know, I was a minimum security prisoner, but I was in a very violent place because in Colorado, Steve, there are no minimum security prisons for women. There's 2 prisons for women in Colorado, and what they were doing where they were overriding, they're using variances and overrides to bring in very violent criminals, murderers. It was just amazing the people that I was associated with and subjected to. But not only that, the abuse of the prison system. There was a woman who ran the prison who immediately I was targeted. So there was so much abuse, but through it all, God got me through it. You and the believers out there that justice would prevail got me through it, and I'm very grateful. The fight is not over yet, as you know. The governor did not pardon me. He commuted my sentence, which means that the sentence still holds. He reduced it to 4.5 years. I'm still under the Department of Corrections authority. So there are restrictions there. But thank God I have good people on my side, people that know the truth. And I'm very grateful, Steve.
So if people want to donate, we know there's just so much that is owed. Give them how to get in touch, because we want to make sure that everybody listening, the millions of people all over the country, how they can help you, because I know you're still fighting and you still have the background to do that. I know there's a big thing going on Sunday. We'll talk about that later. But before you go off, give people how they can reach out and how they can donate.
Thank you so much. People can always go to tinapeters.us, and that's the only place. There's been folks that have, unfortunately, that have gone out and advertised that, to go to this fund or that fund. I never saw any of that money to pay my attorneys and for my support. So the only place that right now that, and in the past, that people could go to support me is tinapeters.us. And there is a link there where they can find out information. They can join the mailing list so that we keep people updated, which is very important. I received so many letters from people that just constantly were reaching out and praying for me, and it just warms my heart. So if people can continue to not send, the thing that was upsetting to me, Steve, is that loyal people that loved me and loved the cause of freedom and liberty in America were being duped and told to go to other websites or other causes to support me and the fight. And that was one thing that upset me because I felt like they were being used. So if they can just go to tinapeters.us, and there they'll be directed to where they need to go. And just know that I won't give up. I won't back down, and I won't give in. That the fight still goes on. We obviously have to get rid of the machines. There should be no machine, no vendor that has that much control over our votes. And when I see what's happening in California and New York City and Virginia and other states, and the thing that I want people to know, Steve, is it's not just happening with these elected officials. It's happening on every ballot initiative, when people in Colorado here, they want people to believe that Republicans voted for property tax increases. That didn't happen, but it passed somehow fraudulently. So we still need to ring the bell and tell people that to get involved, be educated, and just keep fighting. People have told me, Steve, that, well, they're afraid. People are afraid because of what happened to you. If you're afraid, you're part of the problem. And I'm just going to put that bluntly. If you're afraid, you're part of the problem, because then they've won. And so you can't be afraid. You have to be courageous. You have to stand up, because that's your mission, and that's why you're here. So every patriot out there, stand up peacefully, and expose the truth. And the truth is that they're stealing our elections, and they're very bold about it. And so far, nothing's being done. And my main concern when I was in prison is that we're going to lose this country if people don't start exposing this and speaking out.
So my phone is blowing up, and a couple of questions that I see that I'd like to ask. First thing is, how are you feeling? Everybody wants to know how you are, how you feel. I know you took a couple of days just to sleep round the clock. You look terrific, and they want to know how you're feeling.
Well, there are some health concerns. My I just found out that my vitamin D level is at 34, which it should be between 80 and 100. So, I'm addressing that, addressing getting good food. One of the first thing that I wanted when I was released was I wanted a steak, a big, thick, juicy steak, baked potato, and a salad. So I've been able to get good food. I'll get back on my health regimen. And, I feel like I've aged 10 years being in prison because of all the plastics that we're exposed to. All of the, just the food is all processed. If you can imagine a toddler's meal, an unhealthy toddler's meal with all the processed food, that's really what prison was like nutritionally. So a lot of those women are developing diabetes and different things that are preventable because of the nutrition that they're not getting. So that's, my health is, my energy level is a little lower than it used to be. And I'm working on getting that back up again. But I'm here to fight. I'm here to continue.
30 seconds. Everybody's asking me how they can reach you to give you their prayer, their love, and everything. There an email that we can go to?
Thank you. Everything is on tinapeters.us. It's a one-stop place where people can reach out. I will be speaking. So there are ways to support me there, and ways to get my voice out for the people. But tinapeters.us is the best place. And we are continually revamping and updating that website, but sign up, give your email so we can send out emails to you to keep you updated on what's going on and where I'm going to be. Because of security issues, there will be some limited availability for me to actually do what I love to do most, and that's to hug everyone and to thank them. So I'll have to do that more in venues like this, Steve, for now.
Thank you very much for coming on and taking the time.
God bless you.
We're going to move on to our next guest, Mike Carey, who's a precinct director for Clark County Republican Party.
Great. Are you able to hear me, Steve?
You're on.
All right. So I'm going to do a couple did you knows about Las Vegas and Clark County to debunk any myths you might have out there about our little city and county. So to start, Las Vegas is just one city inside our large Clark County. That's why we're called the Clark County Republican Party. And in Nevada, about 3/4 of all votes in the state come from Clark County, where Las Vegas resides. We have over 800 precincts, 16 state Senate districts. We have 31 assembly districts sitting inside Clark County alone. And if you're wondering, do we have political meetings inside casinos? Absolutely. We actually have meetings in casinos, and attendance is never a problem. So just setting the scene on Las Vegas, a couple fun facts. The Las Vegas Strip, as many of you know, is only 4.2 miles long. If you look at the National Mall in DC, that's 2 miles. Central Park is about 2.7 miles. We also have 3 of the 4 major sports team stadiums in a small 3-block radius. But you have to picture this. In that 4 miles, we draw 38 million visitors in 2025. So imagine 740,000 people coming in every week into your city. That's what Vegas is. We also generate almost $9 billion a year in casino gaming, and that's just on one strip of pavement. It's pretty impressive. And the county behind it all, we're huge. We're 8,000 square miles. I mean, we even have a ski resort in our valley here. So everything you need for entertainment. The landscape, the honest picture of the Clark County Republicans is this. I thought it'd be helpful for you to know. We have 350 central committee members in our group in a county with 380,000 registered Republicans. Now think about that ratio for a second. The CCRP, which is what we're called, the Clark County Republican Party, we're the actual organizing backbone for the party. But the precinct captain layer, that's where the real ground game lives. And until recently, that layer has kind of been a work in progress. So I want to share some of the challenges, and I don't want to sugarcoat this. The precinct captain culture in Clark County, it's pretty new. We've been working on this infrastructure with no paid staff, and nobody's getting a check to go door knocking or making phone calls. We also have major political factions within our group. Everyone's passionate. All the Republicans are passionate. We're just pulled in a lot of different directions. And I need to mention this. We're organizing in a county that is home to the extremely liberal 60,000 member culinary union. They have infrastructure, resources, a very different agenda. So that's kind of the playing field. So the last part I wanted to bring up to you is kind of the turnaround that we did over the past 3 months. And it may be common for many precincts or groups out there, but it's pretty new for us. So the last 3 months, we stabilized. We just did it by getting ruthlessly focused. So I got about 7 points, and then I'll do a summary, and I'll hand it back over to Steve. So the first thing we did, we stopped trying to flip every single race. We identified 3 winnable Senate districts and 9 flippable assembly districts, and we just locked in there. The second of 7 things that we did, we locked in district managers and precinct captains, actual physical people in these targeted seats. Plus, we consistently help outside of these districts to help with the popular state votes and ballots as well. The third thing is we built something kind of a tongue-in-cheek called Precinct in a Box. Really all it is, it's a quick starter kit for brand new captains. It's everything they need to walk out the door and start working that precinct without needing to figure everything out from scratch. It's basically a one-pager to get them started, and it's called Precinct in a Box. The fourth thing is we partnered with many Republican organizations. You know, we have Turning Point here, American Majority, the National Republican Club, and many others. So we're not just a lonely party committee. We really are working on building a coalition so we can get access from all factions of the Republican Party or even conservative groups within Clark County. Now, the fifth one, it may scare a few of you, but AI agents, don't be scared by that word. We are working to embrace that to get a competitive edge. You know, we working on incorporating agents to market to like multiple niches. We want to auto blast updated data to all 800 precincts. We don't want to do anything manually. We want to automate things and become very efficient on how we approach this marketplace versus so we can compete with all the Democrats out there. The 6th of 7 things is we really invested in our people. This may be, it's new to us, but maybe not to you. We have name tags for people. We have business cards. We have banners and tote bags. We even have these little certificates that we give out to all of our precinct captains to acknowledge them that they are the precinct captain for that precinct. We just feel like people show up when they feel like they belong to something real. The 7th thing is we also have a budget. We didn't have a budget before. We have a budget for food, for event expenses, because every hungry volunteer is a former volunteer. So really, in summary, what we're building here in Clark County, we don't have a paid staff. We don't really have an established culture, and we also have this 60,000 member union as our neighbor on the Democrat side. But all this is replicable. Every battleground county in America has the same raw materials like we do. We have motivated volunteers. We have targeted districts. We have a party structure that just needs a group to organize and to execute as fast as possible. And we are getting there. So really, we're working diligently to help flip these seats to bring freedom back to a desert state out here in the West. And I want to thank you for giving Clark County Republican Party this opportunity to share with you what our initiative will be for this year until the election. Thank you
very much. We appreciate it. So we're going to go a little out of order here. If Steve Gillan is on from Project Civica, he's got a radio show. So if we can get him on, if not, we'll bring on Jonathan. We'll bring on Joel Breazeale.
Okay. Yeah, I'm here. Thanks for having me, Steve. We appreciate it. It's nice to hear what's going on in other places. But we have a major problem here in New York. So Project Civica was formed, if you don't know, we're a nonprofit operating within New York State. And in 2022, we saw a problem that was existing and try to figure out, let's form an organization. And one of our major initiatives was to get people to run for office. All right. We talk here about precinct strategy from the bottom up, but we have such a problem here in New York. In 2022, we had 48 seats that we did not have a Republican candidate or any other candidate run against the Democrat. 48 seats. So we got involved and we did what was called Fill the 48. We went out, we tried very, very hard to get people, went out speaking, went out to get people to run for office. All right. So we got 17 people to run and sign what was called a common sense contract with New York. And that was a platform that we put together, Project Civica, to show people that, hey, we'll give you your platform and you just got to come out and run. So even with 17 seats in 2024, we ended up with 53 vacant seats. All right. Now we move forward to this cycle, 2026, we have 60 seats that we do not have an opposition candidate running against the Democrats. Now, where does this failure come from? I mean, you look at it and you say, well, how do you fix this problem? How do you fix a problem with the leadership in the committees, in the county committees, that do not go out and get candidates to run? The argument I always get back from them when I, bring this up, obviously, and make a lot of noise about it, is, Steve, we cannot get people to run for office. Now, you know what? That's possibly true. But when you're calling somebody in January and you have petitioning going on in February, the last week of February into the first week of April, people aren't prepared. They're not ready. I see the only solution to try to change this whole scenario is through the precinct strategy. All right. We've tried in the past. We worked at it in the past. We got some people, but we have to do a massive push to get people involved in the precinct strategy and become committee men. That is the only salvation that I see for New York. And that's not hyperbolic. I'm 60 seats that you don't even give the voter an opportunity, give them a choice to come out and vote. Why is somebody on a conservative side, I'm not just talking Republicans, I'm talking also, independents, and we had in New York, 287,000 people last year changed their registration from either Democrat or Republican into a blank voter. All right. So that's a group of people that we actually see took motivation and it took effort to change their party registration. So those people want to be active, but how do we get to them? That is the biggest problem that we have right at this point. So Project Civica, we're all in going in this year, moving in. We start petitioning again in 9 major counties, and New York City and the 5 boroughs is what it's all about in New York State. All right, in our governor's race, you need at least 35% to win New York State for any major, even in national race with President Trump last round, you got 30%. So we see that again moving forward strongly with with precinct strategy is what our direction, one of our major directions. We're also involved in research and so forth, and we're coming up with some amazing stuff with the voter rolls and everything like everybody else is. But we have to build the structure. Now, building the structure, I see in New York's argument again that I get that we don't take in anybody to run. Precinct strategy to me is your farm team. You get people involved. And I'll take one borough for argument's sake in Brooklyn. They have 1,000 people are registered as committeemen, but they have 16 seats they didn't fill. But you talk to the people that are committeemen, they haven't been touched in 2 years. All right. So what we're going to do with Project Civica is we're going to try to move that whole process forward. We're going to reach out to these people that are currently committeemen that already, maybe there because somebody asked them to sign and now they use their proxy vote. We're going to try to start to organize that in a more structured fashion, where when it comes down to February and we're ready to start petitioning, we'll have that people coming in and learning in October, in November, in December. We'll set them up. We'll supply them with the petitions and how they're done properly so they can't be thrown out. We'll supply them with walk lists in their neighborhood. And we'll do that work and try to not take over, but give them the tools they need to run. And then the motivation. And now they're committeemen for a year or two. Now they're involved. Now we get people, and we don't have 60 seats. Just one last point. Think about this logistically. We have 60 seats that we have vacant. That's 60 campaigns that could have been out there knocking on doors for the governor's race. We have Blakeman running for governor. Now, how could you as a party chair, sit there and say, I'm doing my job? They're not doing their job. That's 60 campaigns. Tens of thousands of doors would have been knocked on. So we're pretty motivated about this. Obviously, you can see I'm pretty upset about this whole situation. And if we're going to save New York, precinct strategy is the only way we're going to be able to go. So I strongly recommend anybody from New York that wants to have a say in the process, wants to be able to, as a committeeman, vote who their chairmen are and what candidates will endorse. But we have to get candidates to run. So please go to projectcivica.org. You'll see right there. Just click on it for precinct strategy. We have a meeting every single month with training, but coming into the fall, we'll be prepared going into 27. So I appreciate you giving me the time, Steve, and happy 250th to everybody. We'll do a weekend at Project Civica. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next up is Joe Breazeale. He's the Republican from St. Croix County in Wisconsin, Director at Large of the Executive Board.
Hey, folks. We're located just on the border here, adjacent to Minnesota, 21 minutes east of St. Paul. So, hey, I'm serving as a kind of a contact point for all of Wisconsin, but at the same time, I have my own county and we have our own action here. So one of the main issues in Wisconsin, well, we talk about at the national level, there are 400,000 seats and 200,000 are empty. Well, the problem in Wisconsin is not only the seats are empty, a lot of Wisconsin doesn't even realize the seats exist. So that's a major challenge. One of the things I'm doing now is to work to educate people, support the people that are trying to do the work to fill these empty seats. And so, if the RNC is listening, I'd like for them to understand that to win elections, we not only need to fill these seats, but we need to get out the vote, reach the voters and such. So if we don't fill these seats, but I don't want to be negative. Part of the problem with solving problems is to know what the problem is. So I think we're getting to understand that. And then in Wisconsin, there are people that are taking action. They're filling these seats. One of the chief places, Steve, you already know about is Milwaukee County, Lisa Bingenheimer. I'd like to name off the counties that are informed. And so if you're in Wisconsin, you could approach these people, these counties. I can't name the exact contacts now, but if you contact me, I can give them to you. But they're Brown, Buffalo, Burnett, Dane, Dunn, Jackson, Kenosha, La Crosse, Milwaukee, Oconto, St. Croix, which is me, Washington, and Waukesha. So in terms of the counties, again, I mentioned Milwaukee. That's Lisa Bingenheimer. They're expanding their ward captains for the upcoming election. They're established a taxpayer association. So if you can't reach the public, maybe through the Republican Party, you change the face a little bit and approaches the taxpayer association. Here in my county, we have a concern about boys in the girls' bathroom. So we have a group that's formed on that, and so that's an alternate means for reaching the public. Another county that I haven't mentioned before is Waukesha County. That's Terry Dietrich. He's the chair of the Republican Party of Waukesha County, and he's also our RNC committeeman. He's been doing a lot like what Lisa's been doing, except in his case, he has hired staff and volunteers, and so he's also into software. Then for La Crosse County, a new person has come on the street on the bandwagon, Chris Mueller, and he's a past chair of the Republican Party of St. Croix La Crosse County. He has the Cooley Corner cast. Dan Schultz introduced me to him, and he's a gung-ho fellow, and I'm going to doing my best to support him. Finally, I'll mention my own county. We dipped our toe into the precinct strategy stream here, and we had 4 committeemen, and we learned a lot from that exercise. We don't have any right now, but we'll be I'll just say we're in a process of regrouping, and we're going to try to get that going here in one particular city, New Richmond, and we'll have an organizational meeting to try to get support for that in a week. So in closing, I'd like to say that people can contact me through precinctprojectusa.org. My email address is there, and if you want to get involved, talk to me, and be patient, because we're not only a construction zone, we're a reconstruction zone. There you go.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Our next guest is Jonathan Broadbent, founder of Unwoke Academy, precinct strategy enthusiastic. Always helps Dan Schultz and myself on precinct strategy, his own radio show. So come on down, John.
Hey, glad to be back on. How you doing, Velma? Good to see you, Steve. Thank you for having me back on. I think this is year 4 in a row. I'm going to throw out an expression that landed for me a couple of years ago that is a really profound and important one, and that is precinct committeeman is the most powerful position in government that nobody has heard of. That's a profound statement, and it should be the starting point for everybody venturing into this conversation. I'm going to pause for a moment to recognize Steve Gillan. Steve made the comment a few minutes ago that one of the ways that he segues this whole conversation is in referring to precinct committeemen and getting involved at the precinct level as building a farm team. So I'm going to hold up my little cup here that gets a lot of attention. I happen to be in Northeast Ohio and grew up an Indians fan. And if you ever watched Moneyball, it lands here in particular because the 1990s Indians did some really good stuff to build a farm system. And around here, that kind of resonates and clicks. But it absolutely is true and key to the point. Steve Gillan kudos to you for coming up with that. It's a great way of capturing people's attention and getting them to stop fixating on Trump or whatever's happening in your state capital and start thinking about local politics, because all politics is local. I want to get people thinking, if you're one of those people that's ever said the expression, we have a country to save. If you have ever said, hey, we need to primary that politician. If you have wondered, why isn't the GOP acting in our interests? Or why does it seem that we, the people, don't have a voice in government? If you're one of those types of people, this is for you. Tune in to Precinct Strategy. I'm one of a group of people that about 5 years ago, and forgive me a second, if you've been on X over the past 3 or so years, Dan Schultz, who comes after me, should actually be before, because Dan's been working on this many more years than I have. I became aware of Precinct Strategy roughly 5 years ago. A big group of us started meeting in our community. I had actually intentionally moved out into a rural community it held itself out as Republican, conservative, upholding American traditional values, etc. But when I moved here, I was disappointed in what I found. We started to organize actually in a church basement. If you've listened to Dan and me on X, you've probably heard this story maybe dozens of times. Over the years, Dan and I have been working on coaching the nation in the importance of this. But bear with me a second here. This big group of us started meeting in a church basement and learned about Precinct Strategy and used it. We used it very effectively. It was actually 18 of the 22 of us got elected to County Central Committee. That set the stage for flipping the script completely. We turned things around in a very significant and dramatic fashion. It wasn't overnight. It took some battles because, let's face it, the entrenched, whatever you want to call them, rhinos, the bad guys in the GOP, they love the malfeasance that they're able to bring about, and it gets them county level jobs and government jobs and salaries and whatever. They're corrupt, and we need to get rid of them. So there were some battles that ensued, but we have made major progress. And just to bring everybody up to speed, a few things in my brief moments here. You're probably familiar with the original website that Dan Schultz created with the help of Robert Beatles, who created the social engagement piece of it. That is precinctstrategy.com. However, in my state of Ohio, we actually have a dedicated site. It's that important. A group started ohioprecinctstrategy.org. So those two websites, and then now with the addition of and the build out of Precinct Project on the national level, are giving people a lot of fresh input and insights into the importance of precinct strategy. But hit those websites, hit all three of them, and share them regularly. I'm going to give everybody the update because we just had our most recent elections. If you're wondering whether or not that statement holds true, that precinct committeeman is the most powerful position in government that nobody has heard of, we actually had our elections in my county on May 5th. In the lead up to May 5th, a competitor showed up to run against me. And then the competitor hit me with some dark money campaign. We actually tracked and did the research into it. I never imagined that this volunteer level activity within the GOP would result in hit piece campaign, glossy postcards, and then lo and behold, in my county, they made a fake slate card. I've talked about this at length, and stay tuned if you follow me on Substack. I'm going to release an issue or an episode focusing on the mysterious case of Newberry A. That's actually my precinct. One precinct out of my entire county of Central Committee seats, one precinct drew enough fire to get the dark money PACs and people going after. So this gentleman here is slated to be my replacement and ran against me. One person out of my entire county. Nobody spends that kind of money unless you are making a mark. That is, what's the expression? If you're over the target, if you're catching flack, you're over the target. I'm absolutely over the target, and I'm making things happen, which is upsetting the status quo. And there's some bad people who are aligning against me. I take it as a badge of honor, and I think it's spectacular. If you are out there listening to this message and you're one of those people, remember that first expression, we have a country to save. Think about the alternative. If you wait too long, it becomes violent. And we don't want violence. We want to use the political powers that be, learn to use and take advantage of civics. It's basically what it is. That's what we're talking about here today. It's civics. Get involved at the local level and fight back. Steve, I'm not very good at paying attention to time. I don't want to run too far over.
Yeah, tell everybody how to reach you.
What's that?
Just tell everybody how to reach you. We got to move on.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Find me on social media. It's either J Broadbent or JR Broadbent, Broadbent. You can follow along, and I talk about all these and all sorts of other things. You can also find me regularly interacting with Dan Schultz, who comes up next.
Okay, our next guest is the famous Dan Schultz, Precinct Strategy. One of the best guys I know. We've worked last night.
Can you see by the...
We had a little glitch. You want to get Dan on?
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me. I've got about 4 or 5 different points I'm going to make. I think I have about 10 minutes, so I'll try to go fast. The bottom line is the Uniparty is winning in these primaries, and I predicted it last summer. Everything you need to know to save the Republic is at precinctstrategy.com. The first button is a link to the communications and collaboration platform that Jonathan mentioned. And then the third button takes you to all my past podcasts. So I did a couple of podcasts last summer, and one of them was on July 31st. I watched it again last night, and I predicted what's happening. The name of it was Rhino Uniparty Primary Wins. 2026 Rhino Uniparty Primary Wins. That was on July 31st, 2025. So if you go to if you click on that third button and then you do a search Rhino Primaries in my all of my past podcasts, you'll be able to find that. And then I did another one on April 9. That one was called Defeating Rhinos in Primaries. You see, if we don't defeat the rhinos in the primaries, then they go on to the general, and then the Uniparty wins. So thus far, we've had 24 primaries. So we're halfway through the primary season, just about. 95% of incumbent Republicans in the state legislatures have won. That means all the rhinos are winning. We've had 11 U.S. Senate Republicans up for re-election. 2 have lost. Cassidy in Louisiana, Cornyn in Texas. We've had dozens and dozens and dozens of House members. You know, every 2 years, every House member has to stand for a re-election. 2 so far have lost. Dan Crenshaw in Texas and Thomas Massey in the 4th Congressional District in Kentucky. And I'm going to talk about those races here right now. So 56% of the precinct chair positions in the March 3rd primary in Texas didn't have a candidate. That's what precinct committeemen are called in Texas. And what was the turnout all across Texas of all Republicans? I looked it up, did the research, a whopping 32%. Well, that was really terrific because the average turnout in a Republican primary is 20%. And why is that? We don't have enough precinct committeemen helping to get out the vote. And that's one of the key things that precinct committeemen get to do. Boost turnout in the primaries for the best Republicans, and then it's the only way you can vote for who runs the party. So I've got my PC button on, and I'm also now the vice chairman of the Buffalo County Republican Committee. How did that happen? I volunteered. Nobody else wanted the job. I volunteered to become a precinct committeeman, and then when our chair decided to retire, he asked me if I would be the vice chair. And I said, only if nobody else wants the job. Well, nobody else wanted the job. See, you can really do a lot if you just volunteer. In Kentucky's 4th Congressional District, oh, they did much better. They had a whopping 34% turnout. 34%. That means what? 66% of Republicans had something better to do than vote in the primary. So Massey lost. And the guy that Trump endorsed won. Apparently, neither of them had a decent ground game. And then in South Carolina yesterday, Lindsey Graham won. You know what the turnout was? 28%. Why was it so low? Because well over half of the precinct, I think they're called precinct committee officers or executive officers or something like that. Actually, the terminology varies across the state. But every precinct has positions that can be filled by volunteers, but nobody wants to do it apparently. So the bottom line is now with over 24 of our primary elections having taken place, the Uniparty is winning overall. And that's what I predicted last summer. And I even quit doing my podcasts on December 26th of last year because I thought, why bother? I've already predicted what's going to happen. And it's playing out. And the only reason I'm doing them again is my daughter found out that I wasn't doing them anymore, and she asked me to do them. And I love her, so I'm doing them for her. And I try to make them always educational. So what I'd like to ask everybody on this call, and I mean everybody, every speaker, everybody listening, I'd like to know from you, if you're not a precinct committeeman, your reasons for not being one. To help save the republic, because it's the best way, bar none. I have a mantra about the precinct committeeman strategy. If you're a Trump supporter, the absolute best way to help save the republic is by volunteering to become a precinct committeeman. And why? Because precinct committeemen elect everybody in the party. And number two, they're in the best position to get out the vote in those all important, usually very low turnout primary elections. So what do you got to do? You got to find your local committee, go to the meeting. I've got step-by-step directions at my website on how to do that. I've also got do's and don'ts, what not to wear. Don't wear a shirt like I've got on. This is one of Steve Stern's flag shirts. Don't wear a Trump hat. Go in low key and say, I'm a good Republican. I just want to help boost turnout. And then take everybody else that you know who thinks like you along, but be low key. Okay. That's explained at my website. There's no explanation of that at the RNC's website, GOP.com. There's no explanation of how to find your local committee there. And of course, there's no communications and collaboration platform at GOP.com. Why? Why isn't any of that stuff there? They hope you never figure this out. That in alone is a reason to become a precinct committeeman. And I've run for office 3 times now, twice for city council, first as a write-in. I couldn't get anybody to help me. I lost by 1 vote. A year later, I ran again. I more than doubled turnout, but I still lost by 2 votes. But then I also ran for county board supervisor. I won that race. You know why? Out of 479 voters that I now represent on the county board, none of them wanted the job. I won by default. I didn't even have to vote for myself by statute because I was the only person on the ballot. So you can do great things, but the first step is we have to get involved. So I want to know if you're on this call and if you're a speaker on this call and you're not a PC. I want to know why. Dan@precinctstrategy.com is my email address, Dan@precinctstrategy.com. You don't have to memorize that. My email address is at my site, precinctstrategy.com. That's the only thing you have to memorize. Like I said before, everything needed to save the republic. Tutorial videos, explanations how it works, state information, a link to my book if you want to get it. Everything is there. So let's work together and save this republic. It's, I hope, not too late, but the way things are playing out right now in the primaries, you might want to say goodbye to the republic now, unless you get involved, because the Uniparty is winning all the primaries, and that means it's going to continue after the general. It doesn't make any difference if a Uniparty rhino wins or a Democrat Uniparty person wins. You still get a Uniparty person, an anti-Trump Uniparty person. So let's get her done. So I hope you're with me. Thanks a lot for having me.
Thanks a lot, Dan. And I just let you know that I am the vice chair of Broward County Republican Party. So you know I am at BC. And we will give you some ideas of how we're getting new people on, because we're trying new ways to get people. And we're doing it in Broward County. And we're actually getting a lot of people to run for office, which is very important. So as you and I are a little bit older, we're going to bring on two young men who are YRs, because if we don't get the young people involved, it's never going to happen. So our first guest is Adam Connely. He is the president of the TP USA at Ave Maria University. Come on down, Adam.
Yeah, thank you so much, Steve, for this beautiful opportunity. My name is, as he said, Adam Connely. I run the Turning Point chapter down at Ave Maria University, same name though. But I'm also obviously a young Republican, and I recently met the lady in charge of YR in our area. She's amazing, so it's in great hands. And I'm heavily involved in the Naples political sphere as well. But I just basically have a little short monologue, short speech I like to give. And so if you listening wouldn't mind just giving me your attention for a couple minutes, it would mean a lot to me. This past September, the 31-year-old Charlie Kirk, father to 3 young children and husband to a beautiful wife, was murdered because he spoke the Christian truth. Our opponents would have committed terrible atrocities at the death of one of their own. They would have violently rioted in the streets, committed crimes in the name of justice. We fell to our knees and prayed. There is in our country, and particularly on our side, a false notion that every opinion is of equal importance, that both sides to any given issue deserve the same respect. But that interpretation of our First Amendment is a foolish one, because there is truly a right and wrong, and there is no room for debate with evil. Our opponents murder babies and openly invite foreign invaders into our country. We cannot argue against them because they themselves have no coherent argument, and their philosophy is simply satanic. And so it is our duty as Americans to stand firm, united against an enemy who wants to destroy us, and not waver nor compromise for a second. We must stand our ground because we are right and they are wrong. And so let 2026 stand as the year in which the aspirations of America's golden age are made into realities. For as we look fondly upon the past 250 years of our nation's great history, we must at the same time look forward into the next 250 years of American exceptionalism. Let this year stand not as an anniversary celebration, but as a great American commencement. And all that starts in your families and your homes and your communities. It's essentially the principle of subsidiarity behind Steve's movement, behind Precinct Project, that the problems that our nation is plagued by can be much more effectively solved at the local level, because the national government does not know what you need as much as you do, and the people in your area. And so it's really important that these communities are united in purpose so that we can dictate national policy and force the hand of the federal government. Otherwise, I mean, nothing's going to happen, because Congress is always in deadlock. You know, nothing really gets, no big changes ever happen. You need the local communities to incentivize that. And that's basically the shared mission of Turning Point and YR. We want to inspire the youth. We want to shape the future of this country and go back to the founding ideals that our founding fathers literally risked their lives for. But none of that can happen if the communities that our children, the next generation of America, are in, do not foster a culture where they can do that, where they can get involved and pick the representatives they want to lead. So, it's nice to hold office. It's nice to pick legislation and pick who's going to represent you, which is, a lot of what you do in Precinct Project. But I think the core of what we do, it's not for ourselves, but it's for our children and for our country and for the future of America. And I think it's so important right now at such a milestone of an anniversary as their 250th, because we either stand at the climax of American history or the beginning of her rise to glory. And, though in time the truth will reveal herself, at this moment we are each tasked with the duty of ensuring that the latter of the two comes to be. But in order to answer that call with conviction, I find it very helpful to remember the sacrifice of those who gave their lives for the greatest country in all of human history, especially so we're so close removed from Memorial Day, and June 6th, the anniversary of D-Day, was just a few days ago. But, right now, in America, our fallen heroes are being dishonored and their legacies are being tainted by traitors who want to destroy this country. But no matter how powerful and convincing the internal enemies of America appear to be, they can never take away from us, from everyone listening in today, that the same blood that dyed the waters of Normandy crimson red now flows through the veins of all of us today, and it boils with the same fervor it did 82 years ago, because we too find ourselves in the midst of a war that extends far beyond our own personal needs, but to the betterment of the entirety of mankind. For the martyrs of the revolution did not die for America to stand only 250 years later at the edge of the chasm of socialism and the subsequent destruction of the very liberty they victoriously secured. The fallen of the Civil War did not die for America to stand silent against the massacre of the innocent unborn, but to preserve the God-given dignity of every human being and the unity of the only nation on earth powerful enough to enshrine that right. The men who fought in the trenches of World War I and who stormed the beaches of Normandy in World War II did not die for America to stand silent against her foreign enemies and to lose the very moral compass that drew her into international conflicts in the first place. And, you know, the great patriots who gave their lives in the remaining conflicts of the 20th and 21st centuries did not die for America to be dishonored by her foreign enemies and betrayed by her domestic ones. No, they must not have died in vain. And it is for these selfless men and women that we stand here listening in today and commence our crusade, for it is now our duty to pick up the torch that our fallen heroes laid down and to see their legacies through to completion, that they will not have died in vain. America is the greatest country in the history of the world, and we must win back her heart. For the country that abolished the state of slavery is the same country that will one day end the systematic genocide of the unborn by the millions. The country that was founded on Christianity is the same country that will one day foster a great spiritual revival whereby her people set their eyes on Christ above all else. And the country that stands as a beacon of hope to the world is the same country that will one day achieve her destiny of authentic liberty and justice for all. And the country that won victory as an underdog was always destined to survive through the relentless push of fighters like us. But why do we fight if not for those who are given no chance at all, the unborn martyrs? Why do we fight if not for the safety, security, and prosperity of our children? Why do we fight if not for the greatest country of all of human history? And why do we fight if not for our God and the duty to which he has ordained us? In our country today, you know, we cannot allow our children to grow up in a nation whose leaders want to destroy her and whose patriots are too afraid to fight for the truth. And it is only by the Christian ideals that were infused by our founding fathers into the core of the American experiment that hope remains. For any effort on our part is futile and arbitrary if it is not predicated on the divine. And so as we commemorate the past 250 years of American glory, the spiritual war for a future must commence. At this moment, we find ourselves at the brink of a new dawn, the beginning of a new era of victory, and the discovery of a new frontier. For we are the explorers who conquer the new world. We are the soldiers who asserted our dominance over the globe. We are the pioneers who landed on the moon, and we are the crusaders who must now conquer the heart of our nation. Fight for yourselves, fight for your children, fight for your country, fight for Steve and Precinct Project, and fight for your God. Starting tonight, starting right here, America is ours. Ladies and gentlemen, go to war. Thank you very much, Steve.
Thank you very much, Adam. Our next guest is YR from Orange County, New York. Liam Kevins, come on down.
You guys can see me? Okay.
We can hear you. We can see you.
All right. All good? Cool. All right. I just want to take a moment to thank Adam for it was quite like the heartfelt speech. So, you know, God bless him and everything he does. You're going to be a great leader, Adam, as I will also try to live up to myself. So, why I'm here today is I'm going to represent the Young Republican side of things. I've been an Orange County Young Republican, Orange County, New York, that is, since this past November in 2025. And I've done a lot of Republican Party service from town, county, state to the national level, which is now with Precinct Project USA. So I just wanted to talk about, you know, recruiting different young Republicans, you know, of any age, trying to make a call to action for everyone in the nation. I know this is a call going out to everyone, no matter what parts of the country you're in. So I want this to feel like it's something everyone can connect to. It's not just something, oh, if you live in New York, this is for you. You know, this is if you live in Georgia, Michigan, you know, Texas, doesn't matter where. So here's the thing. If you don't know what a young Republican is, just in case, you're all very educated, smart people, but just in case someone doesn't know, they're basically like, they're like free butlers, not butlers, but, you know, like we do everything, you know, for like little to no fees. You know, we'll do like phone calls, lit dropping, we'll do, you know, all kinds of campaign event, you know, fundraising services, you know, everything, you know, from top to bottom for like little to no fees, because that's how much we want to help the Republican Party. It's for ages 18 to 40, the different levels. There's a county level, a state level, and a national level. So just join because, you know, you build friendships, it's networking opportunities, you get, you know, new friendships, you get, you know, the experience, you get to help candidates get elected and stay elected, you know, you get to help, you know, which helps new Republican law reforms be passed, you know, like the SAVE Act, that's a big one. You know, we need more people supporting that. And anyway, all in all, I mean, if you're like, if you know anybody that is, and again, like 18 to 40, you know, if you have any children, grandchildren, you know, a friend, colleague, you know, anyone is perfect for this, you know, get them right in. I think a lot of people that don't get involved are, it's difficult in today's climate, you know, if you wear the color red, even if you wear the color blue, even, I know New York is like a very blue state, but you know, it's difficult because it feels like you're basically stepping into a war. But actually, this is connecting very strongly to Adam's previous speech, actually. His last sentence or so is like, all right, prepare for war. It's like, all right, well, that's awesome. Just some people, you know, that's basically what you're asking people to do. So I think it's up to people to make it inviting, to encourage people to take that leap of faith, to really try it. You're not, you know, you're, you know, it's not like you're going to be at gunpoint the second it's like, guys, my favorite color is red. It's like, you know, but give it a try. You know, it's fun. You know, it's, and then even on the general level, like, you know, just encouraging people to vote. You know, primary day is coming up. That's a big one. You know, election day. You know, over in November. You know, getting people to be more involved in their community, especially with petitioning. I know Project Civica. I don't know if Steve Gillan is still on this call, but Project Civica, shout out to him. Amazing educational, political education organization. You know, it teaches you about, like, you know, petitioning, what, like, you know, assembly districts are, you know, like what, you know, all the, you know, election districts are, you know, how to contribute more to your community beyond just voting. And I just think it's just, you know, that's why, you know, we're all Americans here. You know, we got to do the very best. If you have a complaint of something in the country and there's something you wish you could do to change it, there's more than you could do than just voting. So, you know, do more than that if you're that passionate about it. Before I don't know how much time I have left, but just before I forget, if you ever want to reach out to me, my email is down below. I'd love to assist even further with the Republican Party. But again, this is a call to action for anyone. Yeah, just join Young Republicans, find other people to join it, establish county organizations. Not every county has a Young Republicans Club, because again, I said county, state, and national. Not every county has a Young Republicans organization. Just contact your town GOP committee, county GOP committee in a polite, concise email. Do not spam. Don't make everyone's lives complicated, all right? Don't go doing that. But you know, Field of Dreams quote, if you build it, they will come. So you know, just build it stuff. But you know, one person that starts a club and other people join in, you know, make something happen. You know, just get established. Maybe other people can help you from all around, you know, like I'm telling you, like there's more than one person in a county, even a town there that, you know, are going to be passionate and want to contribute. You know, you got to market it, you know, make it like, come on, like, you know, you're not committing your life to this, but you know, any little bit counts. And, you know, referencing Dan Schultz with the committee seats, you know, tying that in with like town GOP and county GOP committees. Like, get involved with that stuff first, so you can, then get on to that level of being like a precinct committeeman. This is all super important stuff, guys. Don't ignore. I know. I'm young and I still have more experience to learn everything. But look, sometimes us younger people, we got some words of wisdom. All right, you gotta get more involved. But you guys are fine. But you gotta tell it to everyone else.
All right, thank you, Liam. Thank you very much. How do people reach you? It's not on the bottom of the screen. Oh, there it is. We see it. Okay, well, thanks very much for coming down. We want to get those young people involved. And we're going to tie up this end with Velma. We're going to tell everybody how to get involved. And Velma is our administrative person who actually started this with me and a couple of the other guys. And tell them what precinctprojectusa.org and why they should sign up.
Okay, so precinctprojectusa.org is basically a complement to Dan Schultz's precinctstrategy.com platform. Our focus with Precinct Project USA is just to help people get connected. So if you check out the website, you can sign up and share your information, and then we'll get you connected as soon as we can to your state or county person. But you can also go to your state page or look at the region page for your state, and you can see the number of precincts, you can see the number of counties, you can see the primary date. You can find your county GOP, which Dan Schultz was saying was very important. You can find your state GOP and also like local organizations. So we are in the process of growing out. We have at least one person, sometimes a few people for each state, like Andy in Pennsylvania, Joel in Wisconsin, John in Ohio, and Steve Gillan in New York. And so we have somebody for every state. But we are building out. So if you are interested to be a point of contact for your county, like Mike Carey is point of contact in Vegas for Clark County, then please also let us know so that we can add you to the roster. And we really just want to grow connections, help people get connected, and civic organizations like Project Civica and Right for Bucks and others. Everybody's welcome. Young Republicans, I just think it's so amazing that those guys were able to participate. A lot of folks know Stephen Wolf or Wolfie in Lebanon County, Pennsylvania. So I think you guys have just so much going on, and it's so important for all the college and young Republican groups and Turning Point and all the different chapters to get involved too. So we're not only about the Republican Party as the entities. We're about building unity between multiple organizations. So, and I also want to really give kudos to everyone for their commitment to advocating for their local communities and their constituents and the voters and participating and get out the vote, because that really is the only way that we can kind of, make America great again. Is that passe now? Okay, so thank you so much. It's just really wonderful that we're growing so well together. Also to say, after the 4th of July, we're going to start a monthly series for members and people who want to participate. There's no cost to become a member. It's just that you've registered with us. And so every other month, we're going to have a workshop. And then we're also going to have a roundtable session. So the workshop, one of our state leaders will be providing an in-depth training, be about an hour. With Q&A interactive, so it'd be on a Zoom instead of just a broadcast, so we can kind of get more involved, get down to the nitty-gritty details. And then the opposing month, the opposite month, so it'll be bi-monthly for each one. We'll be having a roundtable session, so folks who are former PCs, folks who are current PCs, people who want to get involved, they can just kind of share, well, hey, I've been having this challenge getting elected, or I've been having this challenge getting seated, or I'm trying to maintain my seat, or I'm trying to even figure out who I can talk to. So that way folks can share with each other how they've been able to strategize and overcome hurdles and just keep moving forward. So that's what I got.
Thank you very much. So it's very simple. Just join precinctprojectusa.org. Very easy. You will get a lot of information. Velma's working round the clock to make this happen. We're going to wind up this session, and I'm going to let you know what's going to happen in the next session. It'll be a couple hours. We're going to have Patrick Byrne on, Peter Ticktin, Clay Clark, Fran Stinchfield, John Solomon, Steve Bannon, Joe DeBox, Mike Lindell, Todd Callender, Joe Hoft, Jerome Corsi, Mel Kay, Donna Fiducia, Cleta Mitchell, and many, many more people. So as we end this section, we want to tell everybody if they'd like to reach out to me or go to theflagshirt.com or email me at stern1054@gmail.com. We always want to know all the things that are going on. And we have a lot of people sending messages to us. We can't answer them all, but everybody's asking me what's going on and how do they donate to Tina Peters. So this Sunday, if you go to www.sovereignradio.com, Scotty Sachs is running a 12-hour telethon for Tina Peters. You go to www.tinapeters.us. I got a lot of text. I will be donating tomorrow. The speakers on this particular event will be from 9 o'clock in the morning Central Time to 9 o'clock in the evening. General Flynn, Peter Ticktin, Patrick Byrne, Laura Logan, Juan O'Savin, Joe Hoft, myself, S.G. Annan, and many, many more speakers. Joe Altman is doing a terrific job. We want to thank many people today who are podcasting our group. We want to thank Getter, The War Room, Rumble, who is on the first page, Cloud Hub, Lindell TV, SternAmerican. When this is over, we'll be live on SternAmerican continuously. It'll be on there if you didn't have time to watch the whole thing and you want to catch up. It's fantastic. Want to thank my assistant, Melissa, and Anthony, our tech and producer of this show, which took 6 weeks to put together. It's a 4-hour program. I want to thank the Flag Shirt. They are our main sponsor. That's my son's company. Go to www.theflagshirt.com. You see I have my 250 hat. Everybody's buying this 250 hat. It's phenomenal. And 1 hour ago, and I want to introduce this because this is amazing. The first 10 people that get this is a shirt. If you can all see this, I'm going to show you a little bit more. You go to standwithbannon.com. Steve Bannon, who helps me all the time. He had me on yesterday to put this on to let people know about it. He's got the War Room on it. He's got his Getter feed. We're making a shirt, United States of America, War Room. You can see what it's going to look like. I'll show it a little bit later. If you go to standwithbannon.com, you will be the first 10 people that come in today. That's standwithbannon.com. I will, please put your phone number on there. I will call you personally. We'll try to get a nice picture with Steve Bannon signed to you. This is a special thing we're doing for Steve. My son's worked with his people to be able to do this because Steve Bannon is our major sponsor. When I say he's a major sponsor, he promotes this. Steve has worked with me continuously to promote our election integrity, our precinct strategies, worked with Dan Schultz for 14 years. He has a platform for 4 hours a day. He helps everybody get on. He tells you the latest news. The man doesn't sleep. I sometimes text him at 4:30 in the morning, and it's unbelievable that he actually texts back. Why am I up at 4:30? Who knows? But anyway, we want to thank, you'll see, we, by mistake, our flag opening, which we'll show you a little bit later. I want to thank Den Sensor for sharing that with us. You will see the greatest, biggest flag unveiled with the Star Spangled Banner. So I want to thank Steve Bannon again. He will be right on now. So we want to bring us on, Anthony, let's go on to the next section. And thank you, everybody, for watching.
Wordsworth, an English poet that was discussing there the French Revolution. I think this applies also to today and to the American Revolution, the revolutionary. Also, where has it gone, the visionary gleam? Where has it gone, the glory and the dream? That is from the poet Wordsworth, an English poet that was discussing there the French Revolution. I think this applies also to today and to the American Revolution. The revolutionary generation gave us so much. The revolution itself, the victory in the War of Independence, and then the building of the nation. That was all done within a span of, 25 or 30 years. Today, they've bequeathed this down through the generations to us, to we the living. And it is upon us to make sure that we bequeath this to future generations. Now, how are we going to do this? Through groups just like yourselves, what Steve Stern's put together. This is going to be a fight. We're not going to debate this away. We are certainly not going to debate this away. This is going to be a fight. There's an unbridgeable gap between the ideals of this republic and our history and our people and our civilization and what these Marxist jihadists believe. And one of the big things they believe is stealing elections, because that's the only way they can take and hold power. I want to thank Steve Stern, everybody associated with this great event today. And remember, every day in the war room, we give you a platform for your values, your ideals, and most particularly a platform for your fight. I want to thank Steve Stern for putting this on. Couldn't be prouder of this country and the people in it as we hurtle up to the 250th commemoration of actually the signing of the Declaration and really the triggering event that then brought the War of Independence in full focus so that we could have a shot to take on the British. Remember, the great lesson of the War of Independence, if we don't quit, we will eventually win. Thank you very much.
Okay, so let's move on to our next event. Anthony, you want to turn us on?
Hey, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
America's 250th anniversary show is brought to you by SternAmerican and the Flag Shirt. For 250 years, America has stood as a beacon of freedom, courage, and opportunity. From the founding fathers to the heroes of today, we celebrate the people, principles, and events that shaped our nation. Join us as we honor our past, celebrate our present, and inspire our future. Welcome to America's 250th anniversary. And now, here's your host, Steve Stern.
Good afternoon, and welcome to our great program for the 250th anniversary of the United States. We bring you many of my good friends to tell you their thoughts of why they love the United States. I've been very lucky to be successful in my 72 years of business and enjoyed the friends that are going to be on this show. I have been on hundreds of podcasts and TV shows in the last 5 years expressing my views. My first guest and my good friend, Lanier, will be our first guest, introducing one of her new songs. She is a great patriot, and we love her.
In God we put our trust as we fight a brand new war. New evil walks among us like we've never known before. Our hearts have all been shattered, blameless lives have been lost. But through this tribulation, America will not fall. The American flag still flies high. We will fight to the day we die. We will stand as one, united we will rise. The American flag still flies high. The children are our future. They must not grow in fear. They must be taught that liberty and freedom still rings clear. As our heroes fight with courage, let our spirits never cease. Let us hold to strength and honor as we conquer victory. The American flag still flies high. We will fight to the day we die. We will stand one, united we will rise. The American flag still flies high. America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. We'll stand as one, united we will rise. The American flag still flies high, flies high.
Don't go anywhere. More of America's 250th celebration coming up next.
Hello, I'm Steve Stern, CEO of Flagshirt.com, a third-generation, veteran-owned small business. I believe that the American way of life is for all of us. I'm asking you today to visit Flagshirt.com. Help keep the American dream alive. Be a flag waver. Carry your nation's heritage. Use coupon code ACTION10 for 10% off site-wide and buy a flag shirt today. Action, action, action.
Welcome back to celebrating America's 250th anniversary, honoring the past, inspiring the future.
And we want to thank Linda Lanier so much for everything she said. Our next guest is my very, very good friend and is always there for me. Wayne Root, Real American Voice, has many, many programs on the radio. He's continuously bringing us a great message. So come on down, Wayne, and let's hear from you.
All right, Wayne Allen Root, the root is on fire. This is the Wayne Stream Media, and I'm the biggest MAGA mouth in the world. And I'm opening the show a little different today. Instead of the first segment being all about news or all about my latest commentary, and I've got a great new commentary, and I'll talk about that to start off, to lead off hour number 2. But I'm going to actually make this into like a video, and I'm going to ask Daniel to edit it and send it back to me so I can give it to Steve Stern so he can use it in his special. Because what Steve Stern is doing is he's got a great special coming up called Celebrate 250 Years of America. Of course, that's all about the 250th anniversary of the United States of America being celebrated with probably the greatest bang ever by President Donald J. Trump. We are really bringing out all the stops and making this into the greatest celebration in history. And he's got this special, and my video will be one of the important parts of that special. And you can find it at SternAmerican Rumble. SternAmerican Rumble. Stern for STERN for Steve Stern. I want to wish America a happy birthday. I want to wish President Trump coming up in June a happy birthday. I want to wish Steve Stern a happy birthday this week as I record this. It's Steve Stern's birthday. And they're all great patriots and all great people. And God, we got to celebrate America. So Steve wanted me to do like a 5 to 10 minute little video and answer these 10 questions. And so off the top of my head, let me answer these 10 questions. Number one, why is the 250th anniversary of America important? Well, that's a no-brainer, right? We're the greatest nation in the history of civilization. No one else has ever come close. And what's great about America is we have the same air, we breathe the same air, and we swim in the same ocean water as Mexico and Canada. And I hate to say this, but both those countries are nothing. I mean, Mexico's a nothing and Canada's a nothing. And America's the greatest nation in the history of civilization. Why? We share the same land, the same water, the same air. There's something in the air. And I believe it's just that America, the people who come here are patriotic. The people who come here are optimistic. The people who come here believe in themselves and believe in this country and have a passion and a love for this country. And this country responds in kind by giving the most incredible mobility and opportunity in the world. And that's because of low taxes and very light regulation. Those are the two things in life that matter to me, taxes and regulation. If you don't have a lot of laws, a lot of woke laws, and a lot of communist, Marxist, socialist, leftist laws, and you don't have high taxes, then anybody who's smart can get ahead and achieve whatever they want in life. And exhibit A and example A is me and my family, right? My grandfather came here with that 2 cents in his pocket, and really America was great to him. And my father was born with that 2 cents in his pocket in Brownsville, Brooklyn, on Pitkin Avenue, one of the worst places in the world still to this day. And America was great to him, and he became a butcher, but a butcher store owner. That's a big difference. And I'm an SOB, son of a butcher, and America has been great to me. Only in America could these things happen. People like my grandfather wouldn't make it where he came from, Germany, and my father wouldn't make it in any other country, and me, Wayne Alaroot, listen, I went from an SOB, son of a butcher, in a working class neighborhood in Mount Vernon, New York, on the Bronx borderline, attending one of the worst high schools in America, 4,000 students, almost 100% black, and a few tough Italian guys, and me, one Jew. And I made it in America, and I got accepted at Columbia University after graduating valedictorian from my high school. Went to Columbia University. My father taught us from the day we were born, my sister and I, to make it in this country. You got to study hard. You got to get straight A pluses, and you got to get accepted at one of the greatest universities in the Ivy Leagues. And my sister and I both, two sons and daughters of butchers, wound up at Columbia University. Then I wound up the king of Vegas sports gambling with a 180-pound star on the Vegas Strip, right in front of Paris Hotel. Next time you're visiting, Paris Hotel Resort and Casino is my 180-pound star saying Wayne Alaroot, the king of Vegas sports gambling. And then I went from the king of sports gambling to a conservative talk show host. Who ever heard of such a thing? Only in America, right? And now radio, nationally syndicated radio, national TV. I'm about to announce a second TV show. I've got a weekend show on Real America's Voice TV, America's Top 10 Countdown. And I'm about to announce a daily show every single night on Real America's Voice TV. We'll make that announcement in a couple weeks. 2 TV shows, and I'm about to be 65 years old. July 1st, I'm on Medicare. And so I've got 4 new TV shows and podcasts, 5 new TV shows and podcasts with the new one past the age of 61. That's got to be Guinness Book of World Records. Doesn't happen anywhere else except America. And by the way, if I last on TV another 4 years, which I certainly expect to, till 2030, the new decade, I'll have been on TV for 6 decades. I believe that's the all-time record in the history of TV. Dick Clark didn't even last 6 decades on TV. My career started in 1985 when I became the star of a TV show in 85. And so the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, the 2010s, the 2020s, and the 2030s will make 6 decades on TV. Only in America. God bless America. So let me run through these real quick. Why is the 250th anniversary important? I think I just summed it up. Well, is the American dream still alive? You're damn right. Why do you think 50 million illegal aliens have come here? They're not invading Russia. They're not invading China, and they're not invading Canada or Mexico. They're all coming to America because they believe the American dream is alive. Why is freedom unique to America? I think I already covered that. Same air, same land, same sea as Mexico and Canada, but we got the lowest taxes. We've got the lowest regulations. We allow people to actually make money and achieve here and do well, and that's what creates mobility and opportunity. And we're the least woke of any country in the world, thank God. We were starting to be the most woke. We're back to being the least woke. Number 4, what threatens freedom today? That's easy. The Democrat Party. What's the enemy of America? Who's the evil axis of evil? The Democrat Party. And the second thing that threatens America is open borders. We don't want everybody in the world. We want the best of the best in the world. And anyone who has to break in, we don't want them. That's what threatens America. Number 5, why is freedom worth defending? Well, because there's nowhere else to go. There is no other country in the world to go to. So where are we going to escape to? We got to make America work. I would ask the opposite question. Why do all you communists and Marxists and socialists want to change America? Why do you stay where you are? And those of you who were born here that want communism, you know, the Bernie Sanders morons, the AOC morons, why don't you just go to the communist countries? Why are you so intent on changing something that works so well in the greatest country in the history of civilization? Who'd be dumb enough to want to change that? Democrats. Number 6, why is America a land of opportunity? I certainly answered that. Low taxes, low regulation. But let me throw in the proof that I'm right. Right now, I'm writing that commentary as we speak. The great American divorce is going on right now. Millions of people, and bringing with them billions of dollars in income and tens or hundreds of billions in assets, are moving away from all the blue states to red states. Why? They can't live anymore. There is no opportunity in New York and California and Illinois and New Jersey and Connecticut and name some other blue states, Massachusetts. There's no opportunity anymore. You can't survive. They tax you too much. They regulate too much. They're too woke. They're defunding the police. The crime is too high. Girls are being invaded by boys in sports. Transgender brainwashing in school. Try to brainwash your kids. Nobody can live in blue states anymore. So everyone is leaving. The battle's won. There's your answer. The divorce is going on, and our side, there's no longer a debate. We won. Everybody's leaving the blue states and running to red states because we have won. What's the biggest threat facing America today? There's your answer. The Democrat Party and the axis of evil, wokeism, communism, and Islam, jihadism. Those are the 3 axes of evil that Democrats are inviting into our country, and that's why everybody is leaving. Number 8, what message would you pass on to young people? This is the last stand. There's nowhere else to go. No one else has freedom. Australia's gone. Canada's gone. England's completely gone. The rest of Europe is gone. There's nowhere to go. Canada is now basically an occupied state by the Chinese Communist Party. They've sold out to the Chinese Communist Party. Canada's part of China. There's nowhere else to go. Number 9, what does the American flag represent to you? God, family, and freedom. What else can I say? Opportunity, mobility. I die for America. You die for America. Man, that flag is the greatest symbol of hope in the history of the world. And number 10, what does sacrifice look like in modern America? That's a simple one I can answer. I've been talking about that on my show all last week. You know what sacrifice looks like? President Donald J. Trump with a letter in the top drawer of the Resolute desk right now. That letter is there addressed to J.D. Vance in case he dies in office or is assassinated in office. That's my example of sacrifice. President Trump could be the richest guy in the world and hanging out on yachts and hanging out at Mar-a-Lago and playing golf all day and living his life with his beautiful wife, Melania, and his kids. And instead, he's sacrificing for us every second of every day. And he knows that he could be killed at any moment because there's a lot of assassins looking out to kill him and a lot of Democrats who would be thrilled if he died tomorrow. They're all rooting for his death. This is his life now because he wants America to be great again. And he wants to be great again for us. Thank you, Steve Stern, for inviting me on. All of you, once again, go check it out. The special's called Celebrate 250 Years of America. It's found at Stern American Rumble channel. And I wish all of you and America and Steve Stern a happy birthday. I'm Wayne Allen Root, rootforamerica.com. God bless you.
Welcome to my home once again. Thank you, Steve, for inviting me to this program. It's an honor. We're celebrating 250 years of the most wonderful country ever. Excuse me if I get emotional. This country was blessed by God. There'll never be another country like her. We, the people, are America. I'm proud to say I'm an American and that I was born in America. I want to tell you a little bit about my mother. My mother was born in a little town called Sampson in Missouri. It's Missouri, not Missouri. She was one of the most patriotic women I have ever met, and it rubbed off on me. She had a bumper sticker on her car that read, "America, love it or leave it. Don't let the door hit you on the way out." I know, Steve, I'm behaving myself. I'll be good. I want to talk about my father. He was born in Kiev, Russia. His father got his family out of there. They boarded a ship. They went to Liverpool, England, and then from there to Ellis Island. But on journey to Ellis Island, one of my father's brothers died. They had to throw him overboard. I can't even imagine that. They were coming to America for a better life. They wanted to give to America. And I'm proud to say every one of my uncles, and there was many, they all served in the military to give back to America. I have traveled this country for a long time doing patriotic events. I don't remember what state I was in when this particular man gave me something that he wrote, and I want to share it with you. If you saw the Flag Day 2025, you can remember that I read what the meaning of the Pledge of Allegiance is and what the meaning of the American flag folds meant. It got such a great response. I love sharing things with my audience. So let me read this to you. It was written by Don Doling. He was a Cold War veteran. Our country, 'tis of thee. Over 200 years ago, this great country was discovered, founded, and settled by a group of people known as Pilgrims. They were outcasts from their homeland, branded as rebels and criminals because they didn't believe in dictatorship, tyranny, or overtaxation. Instead, they sought their freedom in this new world. They sought freedom of religion, freedom to pursue life, liberty, and happiness. It is no wonder then that this great song was written so long ago by Catherine Lee Bates and Samuel Wand. America the Beautiful. Listen to its words and thank God for our country. And it is no wonder that men and women gave their lives defending this country for our freedom. Thus, the Declaration of Independence was written by 50 men, some of them well known, such as our first president, George Washington. Also men like Thomas Jefferson, Patrick Henry, Benjamin Franklin, James Madison. These men believed in God and this country to overcome tremendous odds and stood up for what they believed in. It is no wonder then that we should believe also in our country and speak up, proclaiming our natural right to worship our God freely. All through our history, great men have been inspired by God to proclaim his truths. Abe Lincoln and the Gettysburg Address is one of the greatest speeches ever written. He says in his address that we have the right to be equally free, worship, and the freedom of speech. I believe these truths, for I have tested them and found them so. Let's all stand up for what God has given us. Our country, 'tis of thee. I think he did a great job on that. And then I was praying and asking the Lord what he wanted me to do for the rest of the program. And he reminded me of a book I have, and I was thumbing through it, and I think I came to exactly the right thing. This, what I'm going to read to you, was probably written in the 70s. In the book, it says it was written 30 years ago, but we believe it was in the 70s. And it is called Tribute to the United States. Editor's notes. This timeless editorial written almost 30 years ago comes from Toronto by Gordon Sinclair, a Canadian commentator. This Canadian thinks it is time to speak up for Americans, the most generous but possibly the least appreciated people on earth. Germany, Japan, and to a lesser extent, Britain and Italy were lifted out of the debris of war by Americans who poured in billions of dollars and forgave other billions in debts. Today, none of these countries is paying even the interest on its remaining debts to the United States. When France was in danger of collapsing in 1956, it was the Americans who propped it up, and the reward was to be insulted and swindled on the streets of Paris. I was there, I saw it. When earthquake hit distant cities, the United States hurries in to help. This spring, 59 American communities were flattened by tornadoes. Nobody helped. The Marshall Plan and the Truman Policy pumped a lion's share of dollars into depressed countries. Today, newspapers in those same countries write about the decadent, warmongering Americans. I'd like to see just one of those countries that is gloating over the erosion of the United States dollar build its own airplane. Does any other country in the world have a plane to equal the Boeing jumbo jet, the Lockheed TriStar, or the Douglas DC-10? If so, why don't they fly them? Why do all the international lines except Russia fly American planes? Why does no other land on Earth even consider putting a man or woman on the moon? You talk about Japanese technology and you get radios. You talk about German technology and you get automobiles. You talk about American technology and you get men on the moon, not once, but several times and safely home again. You talk about scandals and the Americans put theirs right in the store windows for everybody to see. Even their draft dodgers were not pursued or hounded. They were on our streets, and most of them, unless they are breaking Canadian laws, are getting American dollars from back home and spending them here. When the railways of France, Germany, and India were breaking down through age, it was the Americans who rebuilt them. When the Pennsylvania Railroad and the New York Central went broke, nobody loaned them even an old caboose. Both companies are still broke. I can name you 5,000 times when the Americans raced to help our people, other people in trouble. Can you name me even one time when someone else raced to the Americans in trouble? I don't think there was outside help even during the San Francisco earthquake. Our neighbors have faced everything alone, and I am one Canadian who is darn tired of hearing them get kicked around. They will come out of this thing with their flag high, and when they do, they're entitled to thumb their noses at the countries who gloated over their present troubles. And I hope Canada is not one of them. Gordon Sinclair. I thought that was worth reading to you. Does it make you proud to be an American? It's the truth what that man wrote, even though it was written so long ago. We, the people, are America. We've got to stand united together so we can celebrate more birthdays, not just for ourselves, but for our children and great-grandchildren. I love America with all of my heart. I know this is not my forever home, but I'm here now. So I want to thank you so very much for tuning into this program. Again, Steve, thank you for inviting me. And I want to say God bless each and every one of you until we meet again.
And now,
don't go anywhere. More of America's 250th celebration coming up next.
"250 years ago, a nation was born, built on courage, driven by freedom, defined by patriots who stood their ground. Today, we don't just remember that legacy, we wear it. This is more than a shirt. It's a symbol of strength, freedom, and pride. I'm Steve Stern, COO of theflagshirt.com, and I invite you to celebrate 250 years of the United States with us. Wear your pride, stand for something, get your shirts today."
Welcome back to America's 250th, celebrating years of freedom, faith, and opportunity.
And now we bring our next guest on, Cleta Mitchell. Cleta is such a great friend of mine, and she is going to do one of the best jobs I know of anybody.
Happy birthday, America. Here we are celebrating the 250th anniversary of our founding document, the Declaration of Independence. And remember, that is what we celebrate on July the 4th, the signing of the Declaration of Independence. That begins, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. Among those are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I was at an event a few weeks ago, and the question was asked it was at the Bradley Prizes ceremony, and 3 recipients of the Bradley Prize. And you can actually go online and see this roundtable discussion with these recipients, these distinguished recipients, an economist and former United States Senator, Senator Phil Gramm, and an historian and a rabbi, hosted by the questioner. The moderator was Kim Strassel from the Wall Street Journal. And she asked each of them, as we move into the celebration of the 250th anniversary of the founding of our country, what do you think the founders who wrote the Declaration of Independence, who fought the Revolutionary War, who created our Constitution and built our government, what do you think they would say if they came back today? And Senator Phil Gramm said, I think they would be shocked at how prosperous America is, how advanced. They could not have envisioned or imagined. But just think about that. America is the most prosperous country in the history of the world because of the structure of economic and governmental freedoms that our founders gave us. The rabbi said, I think they would be shocked. The founders would be shocked at how Americans revere the Declaration of Independence. And he told the story that earlier that day in Washington, D.C., he and his wife had gone to the National Archives just to go and see the Declaration of Independence. And when they arrived at the National Archives, the line was snaking down the street on a weekday in Washington, and school's not out. Weren't a lot of kids. It was families and people from all over the world there to see our sacred document, the Declaration of Independence. And the historian responded that he thought that the founders would be amazed that their ideas about freedom and self-governance had actually worked, because they weren't sure that it would work. They weren't sure because no country in the history of the world had ever tried that, had ever tried giving to the people the right to govern themselves. And one of my most revered clauses in the Declaration of Independence is where it says, where Thomas Jefferson wrote, governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. The consent of the governed. That's what we do in America, is we give as the governed, as the people, based on our constitutional framework, we give our consent and withdraw our consent through elections. And it is why our elections must be reclaimed from the radical left that has so manipulated the structure of our election systems all over the country and state after state and at the federal level, so that we have voter rolls that are not that include tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of dead people, duplicates, people who are not eligible, people who are non-citizens. We have election laws that are disregarded. We're awaiting a Supreme Court decision about whether election day still means election day and whether ballots must be received by the close of the polls in order to be counted, rather than having elections extend for weeks thereafter and manipulating the outcomes so that people are losing trust in our election system. We, as the beneficiaries of the structure that our founders put together in our Declaration of Independence, when they said governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed, we must be able, as the governed, to give and withdraw our consent through elections that accurately and honestly reflect the will and the consent of the governed. And that is why I devote myself to election integrity. That is why it is so important that we have hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of American citizen patriots working all the time on trying to restore integrity to our elections. And it is why it matters. so that we can fulfill that promise that Declaration of Independence gave to us that said, governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. And it is therefore essential that the government and those in power not be allowed to manipulate the election system so that they decide whether or not we are consenting to their continued governance of us. We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, which is how our Constitution begins, we must retain our authority and our sovereignty over our elections and over those who make decisions on our behalf in this democratic republic. So as we are celebrating and approaching this 250th anniversary of the founding of our country through the Declaration of Independence, it is so important and vital that all of us take a moment to be so grateful for what our founders gave us. And we must carry that torch through our lifetime so that we can hand it to our children and our grandchildren, that we may continue to prosper and to have the freest, greatest, most exceptional country in the history of the world. I'm so grateful to be an American. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share these moments with you. God bless each and every one of you, and God bless our wonderful United States of America.
We'll be right back with more sensational patriots celebrating America's 250th anniversary.
Hello, I'm Steve Stern, CEO of Flagshirt.com, a third-generation, veteran-owned small business. I believe that the American way of life is for all of us. I'm asking you today to visit Flagshirt.com. Help keep the American dream alive. Be a flag waver. Carry a nation's heritage. Use coupon code ACTION10 for 10% off site-wide and buy a flag shirt today. Action, action, action.
Welcome back to America's 250th anniversary. Brought to you by the Flag Shirt.
Thank you very much, Cleta. You did a wonderful job, and I think you are the best that I've ever heard on a program. Our next guest, a TV star on Real America Voice, Grant Stinchfield.
Do you believe we're 250 years old, just about? Flag Day coming up. What a great Flag Day on our 250th birthday as we come into this season. I call it a birthday season. So I start thinking about the flag, and I start thinking about, what does the American flag mean to me? Well, certainly you think of strength and resilience and resolve, and you think of freedom and liberty. And then I think of all the things that people have done to defend that flag, which really isn't just defense of the flag. It's defense of this nation. It's the defense of the ideals of freedom and a free society. All of that is what the flag represents to me. But, you know, there are times when I look at the flag, I get goosebumps. We have a war going on in Iran and everything going on in Cuba. And I think to myself, those people have no idea what we have here. And I think so many Americans take it for granted. How many of you, and I know most of you, you wouldn't be watching this if you didn't, when you drive down the highway, you're out for a walk and you see a flag, whether it's outside somebody's home or whether it's flying from a building, and you get a sense of pride instantly. It can take me away from whatever trouble I'm feeling, literally just looking at the American flag and saying, you know what? That's my country. And I'm proud of it, because American exceptionalism is very, very real. Now, of course, I think of the military. Of course, I think of our law enforcement and first responders, anybody that puts a flag on their shoulder, the bravery that they have to defend us and this country with their lives. My Lord, what a symbol. In fact, the American flag is the symbol of all symbols. But I was thinking about it, and I don't think it's a coincidence that when you look at the individual signs in the flag, the stripes that represent the colonies, the stars that represent individual states, the belief that our founding fathers had that states had individual rights separate from the federal government, that states gave the federal government power. There's individuality in that. But you break that down even further. It's the individuality of each American. It's the drive of each American to uphold the values of America. And the more individuals we have doing that, striving for success, the more, you ready for a socialist word I'll use? The more the collective benefits. But really, the strength in numbers idea is very true when it comes to America. But that doesn't mean you don't have individuality. See, that's where Democrats and Republicans differ. Democrats don't want you to have individuality. They want you to believe that you're beholden to government and that that flag represents power over you. No, just the opposite. The flag represents to me the individuality of an American citizen to have power over his own government, a government by and for the people. And we've gotten away from that. There's no doubt in my mind we most certainly have. But we're getting back to it slowly. It's what President Trump is all about, trying to drain the swamp, trying to return government to the people. It's going to take a long time, much longer than President Trump has in office. But we fight for it as individuals. And yes, we team up as groups to go make it happen, just as we team up as states to take on our enemies. Right? That's what the flag is. It tells you the exact ideals of America just looking at it. The importance of individualism, but the importance of acting as a group when it comes time to defend the values that flag represents, which is why I remember as a kid, 1776, celebrating that birthday, 200 years. Now we're 250. Man, I'm getting old, but so proud that I believe America keeps getting better and better and better, even when the media tells us it's getting worse and worse and worse. And the reason I know it's getting better is because you are here. You, Steve Stern, and what he puts together on his Flag Day celebration is nothing short of miraculous. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you all for just listening to my little rant on this, but it couldn't be more important. So teach your kids about the flag and the importance of it, and think about what it means to you. There's no right or wrong answer, unless you're a Democrat and you think it actually means power over the people. They're wrong. But think of what it means to you, and then embrace it and fight for it. And don't ever, ever give up.
SternAmerican and theflagshirt.com would like to thank all the amazing patriots celebrating America's 250th anniversary.
Much, Grant. You did a great job, and we appreciate you coming down and speaking for us today and letting us know how you love the United States. Our next speaker is Cowboy Logic, Donna Fiducia and Don Nevin, followed by Joe DeBox.
Everybody, Donna Fiducia and Don Newen from Cowboy Logic. We want to thank the Precinct Project USA for featuring great patriots across the country just one more year. It's an honor to take part in this celebration once again. But first of all, I've been remiss if I wouldn't say happy birthday, happy 80th birthday to Donald Trump. And Flag Day is your birthday. I mean, how ironic is that? But happy 80th. And I wish you could bottle your energy, Mr. President. I think the only person who's managed to bottle any of that is Steve Stern at 85.
Yes, he is. He's like the ever ready buddy, or whatever that bunny is with batteries.
The ever ready bunny. But Steve said, we should talk about certain things. I think one thing that really stands out to me is a message to young people. Yeah. And it's so important to learn the great history behind your country. And I can only say one thing to those naysayers out there. You don't know what you got till it's gone. Yeah. There's a reason why millions of people are trying to get into this country, because it is the greatest country in the world. And it is an experiment. It is always changing. but we have to fight to keep it. Yeah. And what does the 250th really mean to you?
It means that we wouldn't have made it 250 years if it wasn't for brave Americans, brave beyond description, that took an oath that never expired. And then they paid the ultimate sacrifice so that we could have one more year. Mm-hmm. And that's been going on since we celebrated year number 1. And it'll keep going on. And to honor them, we released a song that we would like for you guys to hear. Many of you have already heard it, Every Star, Every Stripe. Because for that 250 years, the only reason that we're here, the only reason that we're still here is because of those fallen that took the oath that never expired. That's why we're here 250.
God bless.
Every star, every stripe.
She hangs on the porch, soft and faded by time. Holds Valley Forge, cold and young blood in her lines. Last sack for the brave as they close weary eyes. A quiet promise beneath wide open skies. Every star holds a name. Every stripe holds a tear. Our boys are gone forever, but old glory's still here. Here's to the fallen, they stood in the gap. To the laughter and letters that never came back. I'll hold you close till my last breath is gone. Oh, glory, sweet glory, they'll carry you on. Iwo Jima's blessing, that flag raised up high. One Marine never came back to his bride. Gettysburg silence, desert deaths far away. You've covered so many on their final day. Every star rolls a name. Every stride falls a tear. Our boys are gone forever, but old glory's still here. Here's to the fallen, they stood in the gap. To the laughter and letters that never came back. I'll hold you close till my last breath is gone. Oh, glory, sweet glory, will carry you on. Arlington's rose, white stone standing still. She drapes every hero against their last will. The finest slow salute widow soft tears. Your colors bring comfort to all of the years. Every star holds a name. Every sign holds a tear. Our boys are gone forever, but old glory is still here. Here's to the fallen, they stood in the gap. To the laughter and letters that never came back. I'll hold you close till my last breath is gone. Oh, glory, sweet Here's to the fallen, they stood in the gap. I'll hold you close till my last breath is gone. Oh, glory, sweet glory, will carry
Don't go anywhere. More of America's 250th celebration coming up next.
Hello, I'm Steve Stern, CEO of Flagshirt.com, a third-generation, veteran-owned small business. I believe that the American way of life is for all of us. I'm asking you today to visit Flagshirt.com. Help keep the American dream alive. Be a flag waver. Carry a nation's heritage. Use coupon code ACTION10 for 10% off site-wide and buy a flag shirt today. Action, action, action.
Welcome back to America's 250th, celebrating years of freedom, faith, and opportunity.
It's me, Joe the Box, the America First Warehouse, most patriotic venue in all the land. I am here to share with you good news. Good news that our Lord Jesus Christ is coming back to this country and bringing it back to the beautiful country that it once was. Donald Trump was accused of being bad things when he said, "Make America great again." But he understood what the problem was. He saw what many of us did not see. And he works every day for us to bring back that great American pride. Our anniversary is coming up, 250 years since this country was created. Now, I would recommend that everybody takes the time to study our history as a nation, what we had gone through, what the great founding fathers have done to create such an incredible opportunity for all of us. The land of the free, to be able to practice anything you want. You want to be a Christian, you want to be a Jewish, you want to be almost any religion, you are allowed to practice it in here. And that's what this country is all about, part of the freedoms. How about the freedom of speech, to be able to say what we want? I have a great friend, Steve Stern, who helps educate the whole country on integrity, has a difficult time being shadow banned. Us at the America First Warehouse is no different. But what are we going to do? We're going to keep on fighting. We're going to look for other opportunities and ways that we can continue to push out the greatness of America First, the greatness of our great country. Some of the things that I was asked to talk about, I loved it. They sent me a bunch of questions, and I knew, certainly focused on the American dream. What does the American dream mean to me? The American dream was a lifestyle that I was born into. And I guess they might say privileged. Yeah, I am American privileged because I was born in this country on Long Island, New York, to wonderful parents. A father that was a Marine, served our country, Semper Fi. My mom that raised the family on her own, struggled through miscarriages before modern medicine maybe made some differences for them. And they had 6 children. 6 of us grew up. I had no idea how the rest of the world lived. I only knew what I knew in my little bubble. And I had everything. My parents were very good to us. We went to public school. I had fun. I was president of student council. I was captain of the wrestling team. Yeah, that was my stance. But this country gave us all these opportunities, but I didn't realize how special it was until I became older. And I followed my Lord in the path that he had set up for me. And I lived the entire life. But the American dream started with my mom and dad. My dad, who worked so hard to raise money and to work and pay the bills and give us a place to live and a place to grow, was phenomenal. He was a moving man. That's where I got my name, Joe the Box. I'm a moving man too. I pick things up, I put them down. My twin brother, Johnny Blanket, he's right next to me most of the time. Just not today, Johnny. I wish you were here. I would definitely bring you into this great, exam, this great testimonial that people are going to do all over the country. I was asked to maybe find some friends that'll help me do that. You can see over my left shoulder, the great Mayor Giuliani. Through the grace of God and the greatness of this country, I became friends with him. I supported his son who was trying to be a governor. This is great American values, great American, processes. So with that, my mom and dad built the house, raised the kids. Mom was able to stay at home, be a stay-at-home mom. Now everybody, there's some left-wing propaganda. That's pretty disgraceful or embarrassing to be that way. My mom was proud to do that. And honestly, I was proud and able to do that too for my family. I followed my father's footsteps. I have a family like he did. I raised my family like we did. And now all of a sudden, that American dream is in danger. My sons who are in the 30s and late 20s, they want to buy a house. Not that easy anymore. In particular, the way the country was damaged over the stolen election. So anyway, the American dream is still available to us if we bind as American citizens, if we come together, because for me, America meant everybody, whether you were a Republican or whether you were a Democrat, you were still America. And we should all want the things for America. Don't you get a kick at it when you look at Chuck Schumer, what he said only 10 years ago about how important the border is security and how important the nation is? Now, all of a sudden, he has nothing to say. New York City is run by a communist mayor. The only good news I heard about that was that the Yankees were so far ahead in runs, he wanted to take some and give it to the Mets. This way, the New York teams could be even. That's not the lifestyle, and that's not the way of life in the great country of America. I have a bit of a concern right now. Our great president has flown over to China, right? China. I worry about his safety. I pray for his safety. I believe what he's doing is 100% for the American people and the American citizen. He ran beautiful businesses through his whole life. Now he's running the country. And you can't tell me that the spew that comes out of the Democratic side of this country is something that we have aspire to be. Sure, we're the land of the free, and we want to open up our borders to good, great people to come in. We don't want to open it up free for all, empty your jails, empty your psych centers. That's what's happening. Every city, every blue city you can see is a major problem. Every one of them. Now, New York City is not far from us, but we are on the safe side of New York City out on Long Island. But we're not so safe because The current government here on Long Island does not represent America first. Well, you know what they do? They do represent America first 52% of the time. And why do I say 52%? That information I got from the America First Policy Institution. I got that from American Heritage Club, from all kinds of great organizations that will take the votes that each one of your congressmen, each one of your senators make. And you can get an idea of where they stand. And after the 7 years that I've been building the most patriotic venue in all the land, I have yet to see the Republican Party come in here and embrace what we've done. And I don't really think it's going to happen. You know who embraces it? Donald J. Trump embraces it. You know who else embraces it? Every single American citizen that understands the situation that we're in and the dire straits that could happen. But I believe so powerfully in the gift of prayer that God has given us. And I prayed so hard for the mayor to get better. And the mayor is getting better. And I promise I'll get him on this little 10-minute segment to tell you how great the country is, because I get a lot of my information directly from him. My discernment comes from God. My morality and greatness comes from my parents who have taught me and raised me. So the America First Warehouse, the most patriotic venue in all the land, is also the voice in the wilderness. And I say that because this is what I am doing to help save this country. We all got our calling. We all can do certain things, whether you vote, you work at the polling place. I am going to bring out, through the grace of God, the America First Media and Television, which is going to encompass all of America and the great things that come from America. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be very bold and say, shh, don't tell anybody. We're going to create the Donald J. Trump National Republican Club. And you know what that means? Since I'm national, I don't need approval from the Long Island GOP. I don't need it. But I would love Donald Trump's approval. I'm going to get it done. The Donald J. Trump Republican Club in Brooklyn, Kings County is one of the first of its kind. That's where I got the great idea. And what I built here at the America First Warehouse, there's nothing better. Our venue is 100% American. We'll be starting some shows at night. You might like this idea. The America First Warehouse, after dark. That's right. You got that propaganda left-wing media that's pounding out garbage on a regular basis. We are going to counter that with real, truthful information. Real, truthful fun and entertainment coming here right from the America First Warehouse. Because I have a lot of work to save this country, to bring back America first, and I'm going to give everything I have for it. I love my God. I love my wife, the First Lady of the Warehouse, and my family, and the American dream. And I want everybody that is a citizen to have it. What a great place to be. God bless you. God bless you, Steve Stern. You're a good man.
Right back with more sensational patriots celebrating America's 250th anniversary.
250 years ago, a nation was born, built on courage, driven by freedom, defined by patriots who stood their ground. Today, we don't just remember that legacy, we wear it. This is more than a shirt. It's a symbol of strength, freedom, and pride. I'm Steve Stern, COO of theflagshirt.com, and I invite you to celebrate 250 years of the United States with us. Wear your pride, stand for something, get your shirts today.
Welcome back to America's 250th, celebrating years of freedom, faith, and opportunity.
Well, we're coming to hour number 3 now. We want to thank everybody who's come on before. This has been an exciting program. And our first person for our next hour is going to be Jierra Clark. She's singing one of her songs, as well as a fantastic interview, and we hope she has a good time. We also want to thank our podcasters who are streaming this. We have over 100 podcasts to stream this, our networks. Everybody is doing it. This will be probably the most people that ever saw our show.
I'm actually going to sing God Bless America for you all.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans wide with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home.
Thank you for watching America's 250th anniversary celebration. Stay tuned for more amazing patriots.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jierra. I'm a singer-songwriter and a freedom fighter. First and foremost, I'm so honored to be here with all of you, some of the greatest patriots in the United States of America. Thank you so much to Steve Stern for hosting this event to celebrate America's 250th year birthday. And in fact, Steve just had his own birthday, turning 85 years young, and yet he is dedicating his life to helping save this country. Thank you, sir, from the bottom of my heart. You are a true American hero. So what does it mean to me to be a patriot? Well, it started back when I was in school. I went to a very small private school, thank goodness. And my teacher at the time told me, Jierra, in your lifetime alone, there will be those that try to eradicate the Constitution of the United States. And the truth is, I didn't really know what she was talking about. But I'm so grateful that she instilled in my heart how important it was to know the foundations of this country and the policy upon which it was built, the Constitution. So she had me study it relentlessly, the entire thing, all of the amendments, historically what was happening with our forefathers and why they were facing the obstacles which they were at the time. And what I will say is that that instilled in me a love for this country, a love for that policy. I remember even as a young person, I would get so emotional reading the history of the Constitution and reading the words that our forefathers wrote, because I could feel their heart and their spirit and their intent. I could feel that it was a living, breathing document and that they had the foresight to imagine so far into the future of what could happen in this country and what it could truly be. And I believe that in order to love something, you have to know about it. And I think that part of the problem of what's going on in our country right now is that people don't know about its founding documents. They don't know about how and why it was created. So they don't know how to love it. But I love our country and I love the Constitution profoundly. And with that instilled in me, I stepped forward into an entire career in the mainstream entertainment industry. And I found it quite challenging to be a conservative Republican, although that was not something I ever spoke about because that wasn't allowed. But I found time and time again about regarding Jefferson warning against tyranny over the mind of man. And I was seeing that even in the entertainment industry from a young age, that artists were coming in, they were being forced to speak and sing about things they didn't believe in. And bit by bit, as I saw it over and over again, I realized that this push for a certain narrative and agenda went far beyond what people realized and had completely entangled itself into the entertainment industry. And that is why, amongst other reasons, but mostly that is why I left. And only actually in 2022 found my new voice as an artist, as a patriot, as a freedom fighter, left everything behind, got canceled, lost my music, lost my deals, lost the company that I was helping to build. And I would do it all again in a heartbeat, because to find your own voice and to stand upon your own integrity and to be brave to fight for what you believe in is not something that I would ever trade. And I will spend the rest of my life trying to encourage others to do so. Because when you know that true freedom within yourself, then you can truly speak about freedom for the rest of the country and the world. So again, I'm very honored to be here. I think that some of these questions that Steve posed, for example, what is the greatest threat to our country right now? Well, honestly, tyranny against the minds of man. And again, that has seeped through, I believe, from, the end of the World War II, when they sent various different criminals and Nazis over here and infiltrated our school systems, our mental health care system, our medical system, and began with first the annihilation of the belief in yourself as a spiritual being and in God. Then they went after the family, they went after the school system, they most definitely went after the entertainment industry, because they saw that artists had such a large platform and such a cultural voice. In fact, it is said very often that politics are downstream from culture, and artists are cultural revolutionaries. So they targeted the entertainment industry and got their narrative very widely spread, and somehow orchestrated fame and success and perception in order to target the minds of man, and especially the younger generation. So I will spend my life helping to create incredible music and entertainment that goes against that narrative, and also to continue speaking and trying to enlighten and empower and just inspire people to be brave and to stand up for what they believe in, and to inspire more artists to create more cultural revolution through the arts, film, entertainment, television, music especially. So I will continue to do that. And I do believe, though, that we are at a very exciting time in life. And I'm so proud to be alive right now that I was called upon to be a part of this movement. Because although there was a lot of friction, although it looks like sometimes it's coming apart at the seams, I believe it's because evil is actually being pushed out. People are awakening wholesale. And I think that we are in one of the greatest revelations of our time. And I think that it's actually incredible to be a part of. I have a lot of hope for this country. I know that we will win, because I know that we will not give up. We will save our country, and I believe we will save the generations to come. There's a lot of hope. There's a lot of just the fundamental values upon which this country were built that are still instilled in people, and now people reaching for it even more. Family values, religion, spiritual values, right from wrong. And I think that it's incredible to see not only this nation, but the whole world waking up. Thank you to every single person that is a part of that. I honor you. I hope to meet every single one of you. Thank you again for allowing me to be a part of this. And thank you for allowing me to sing for so many of you. I hope to sing for all of you again soon. Thank you again, Steve Stern, for allowing me to be a part of this podcast and this incredible live stream. Happy birthday, America. I love you from the bottom of my heart. I will spend every breath in my body fighting for you and what you stand for. Thank you, everyone, and God bless America.
Don't go anywhere. More of America's 250th celebration coming up next.
Hello, I'm Steve Stern, CEO of Flagshirt.com, a third-generation, veteran-owned small business. I believe that the American way of life is for all of us. I'm asking you today to visit Flagshirt.com. Help keep the American dream alive. Be a flag waver. Carry a nation's heritage. Use coupon code ACTION10 for 10% off site-wide and buy a flag shirt today. Action, action, action.
Welcome back to celebrating America's 250th anniversary, honoring the past, inspiring the future.
Well, thank you very much, Jierra, for a great song and for doing everything you're doing. Our next guest is going to be my good friend Mike Lindell, who has always supported everything we're doing, and he takes the time out of his running for governor of Minnesota.
Well, hello, everybody. And yeah, it's an honor to get on here and talk about our 250th anniversary of the country with the most freedoms in the world of any country. I've lived the American dream on steroids, going from a crack cocaine addict in the streets to building a company that started out from nothing, from just an invention to thousands and thousands of employees and made in the USA. And it's and this is what we're all fighting for. This is what everything stands for, the freedom, our freedom of speech too. But I want to tell a little story here. This is back, I believe it was maybe September of 2022. There were big hurricanes down in Florida, and I heard about them. And of course, we went down there. We brought my pillows, we brought blankets, and we went down to this trailer court that was just decimated. And it was rows and rows of, or it was actually two sides. It looked like dikes, like a river going down the middle, but the dikes on both sides were all their worldly possessions piled up, shared, everything from their mobile homes, everything had been destroyed on both sides. And then there was this gravel road down the middle. And my wife and I, we were down there and we were praying with them. We were giving out blankets and pillows and everything. And it was amazing because the ones we talked to, they, at that time, and almost all of them were saying, you know what, we have to save. They knew, they were telling me, because remember, this is when I was fighting, when all of us were fighting to secure our elections and save the American dream. And they were all, they would come up, they're talking and they're going, please don't stop. Please, we have to save our country. We have to save this country. And a lot of them came from places legally into our country, from very bad places out there in the world. But they knew that if we could save our freedoms here and save our country, that they could get back those worldly possessions. But they knew that if we lose our country, we lose our freedoms and there's no chance. And that just resonated with me. Here they're worried about saving what got them those possessions in the first place. Even though a lot of them didn't have much, but they were gone. They knew they could get them back. And it's just, and I think that's what we're all fighting for with the American dream here. One nation under God, that God being Jesus Christ. And you have all of this in the times we're in now, where we look back and, when I spoke at the Rose Garden right before the virus in 2020, right before we all went into lockdown, I said a nation had turned its back on God. We had taken God out of the schools. And I said, we need to pray for grace and get back in the Word and spend time with our families. And people were coming up to me these last 4 or 5 years and going, Mike, this doesn't feel like grace. And I said, oh, but it is. As long as we get a chance here to fight and save our country, save the American dream. And then also during this time, people don't look to God when things are going good. It's when things are going bad. And during those times, during the times when people, they're praying, they're turning to God and coming into this biggest revival for Jesus Christ in history. This is all part of saving our country and saving the freedoms we have. And what that flag means is it's flown so proudly. And I want to say another thing too here is people come up to me all the time and they say, Mike, I am praying for this and that, and it's not happening. And I'm going, you know what? Those could be reactionary prayers. And also, I used to pray like that when I was in jail. I'd say, God, please get me out of here. I won't do this or this. And but also, it could be a prayer that is not God's will or God's timing. This is very important, everybody. God's will or God's timing. Well, where is God's will? God's will is in the Word. And if we get in the Word, every day I read the Bible, I get in the Word with my wife, we read the Bible, then you can be proactive in prayer and see things from a whole different view. and you become, it's almost like it's just a relief that as long as we all keep being courageous and keep moving forward and to save our country and save in spite of all the evil. Remember, everybody, evil is greedy. That's our biggest advantage. Evil is greedy. Myself, I'm running for governor of the state of Minnesota. Everybody knows all the fraud, we're the Trojan horse for Sharia law. I'm going to ban Sharia law the second I get in there. We can't have Muslims practicing Islam here and over here. It just doesn't work. It doesn't go with our Constitution. This fraud up there, look at that. I view it as one of the best things ever. It's opened up doors that no man can shut. These are things going on, and everybody, remember, God uses all things for good for those who believe. So as long as we all stay courageous, stay optimistic, and keep moving forward together, it's going to be amazing. And you're going to look back and you're going to say, wow, on this 250th anniversary, say all these things had to happen in order to get to this great place we've made it to and the great place we're going to get to. So I just want to I'm honored to be on here and give this message to you all to keep the faith and keep praying and keep being courageous and moving forward and to save the American dream.
SternAmerican and theflagshirt.com would like to thank all the amazing patriots celebrating America's 250th anniversary.
Mike, thanks everything for doing this. We appreciate it. It was a great little talk that you had. Our next person that we're going to have is my good friend, Jerome Corsi. He always comes on our election security calls and does a fantastic job.
This is Dr. Jerome Corsi, and it's a pleasure to speak to you on the celebration of the 250th anniversary of the United States of America. I believe that the dream that we have of America is just beginning. Like Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump, I think our brightest days are ahead of us. We've just gone through a wrenching kind of spiritual warfare with the Democrats going off onto a really almost an insurrectionist, if not outright insurrectionist, attack on the United States with a program that is hardly going to convince anyone that we want to have non-citizens vote. We want to have illegal immigrants come into the country and be protected to commit crimes. These are not agendas that you can sell to the American people. But yet the Democrats are doubling down on this agenda and are getting more and more determined that they're going to try to win midterm elections and ultimately elect a president on this type of anti-American agenda. Well, I think any of us who have experienced the freedom of America know that the special circumstances we have here, you can find nowhere else in the world. And this is the last true best hope for freedom for human beings, maybe period. With the nuclear weapons that we have, with the war of mass destruction around the corner, it's going to take brilliant, resolute, and spiritual leadership to guide America into the next 250 years. But I've always said in the end, God always wins. And in the end, freedom is always worth defending. In the end, we need our children and grandchildren to be able to experience the same benefits that we've experienced. This country was a miracle to be established in the first place. We beat the most powerful nation on the face of the earth at the time, Great Britain. We did it in a way that was a ragtag army that rarely got paid. We did it against great odds. With the help of France, we were able to turn the tide. If it hadn't been for Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson and Samuel Adams going to France and Great Britain initially to try to convince the French to come into the war and support us, we would never have won the war. The Revolutionary War would have gone to the British. And, the American flag, I think for all that it represents through all of our conflicts, every time I walk through Arlington Cemetery, I'm deeply touched by the sacrifices that have been made by men and women to keep the United States free. I think this sacrifice means that it comes down to each one of us to do our best, to do what we can to move freedom forward. I've certainly fought for probably now 25 years of fighting back against globalism, fighting back against the erosion of our freedoms. And what is the greatest challenge we face today? I think getting free elections. And I want to thank Steve Stern for all he's done to promote the idea of voter integrity. It takes this kind of a fight, it takes this kind of a combined effort in order to preserve freedom. But I believe in the end, God always wins, and God will win here too. God did not create this place to lose. The end of the book's already been written, and Satan loses. But Satan only loses if those of us who care about freedom, who care about God, determine that we'll commit our lives, a good portion of our lives, to fighting this battle. With God's help, we cannot lose. And without God's help, we cannot win. As Dr. Jerome Corsi, I want to leave this message to you that I am rejoicing in the next 250 years of greatness, where the country can achieve things that have been unheralded and bring benefits of our freedom across the globe so that all peoples can experience peace with prosperity. And I think this is a theme that we need to develop for the coming years and for the next 2 centuries ahead. We do so, we'll be here, we'll be strong. The United States of America will still be vibrant, and our belief in God will never be more resolute. As Dr. Jerome Corsi, thank you for this opportunity to celebrate with you America's 250th year. God bless, and God bless America.
Don't go anywhere. More of America's 250th celebration coming up next.
"250 years ago, a nation was born, built on courage, driven by freedom, defined by patriots who stood their ground. Today, we don't just remember that legacy, we wear it. This is more than a shirt. It's a symbol of strength, freedom, and pride. I'm Steve Stern, COO of theflagshirt.com, and I invite you to celebrate 250 years of the United States with us. Wear your pride, stand for something, get your shirts today."
Welcome back to America's 250th anniversary. Brought to you by the Flag Shirt.
Jerome, thank you so much for coming on today, and we appreciate everything you said about our country. Our next great speaker is my good friend Peter Ticktin, who has helped us out with Tina Peters, comes on all our shows, and is a great speaker.
Okay, this is Peter Ticktin, and I'm speaking in regard to, well, for the 250th anniversary that's coming up. And, let me talk about it a little bit. Is the American dream still alive? Well, what is the American dream? The American dream is freedom. It's the ability to think out of the box, the ability to speak and say things that people accept, and more importantly, things that people will not accept. So this is what we have. This is our chance in the universe. We were born to be able to be free. And in this country, that's what we get. What's threatening freedom today? The far left. These people that are in other countries like China who just do not think the way we think. They think the way archaic men thought, We think in ways of dreams, while they think in ways of horror. To them, they want to beat us. They want us to disappear. They want to knock us down. We live the kind of world in America where we treat people alike. It doesn't matter what color their skin is, doesn't matter what race they are, it doesn't matter what gender they are. But in these other societies, gender makes all the difference in the world, and what race you are makes all the difference. The Chinese people don't necessarily think the way we think. And it's not like they think that they're less, they think that they're more. And they wouldn't mind taking us over and doing whatever they need to do in order for them to dominate the world. Because that's the way they think, as archaic as that thinking is. And if we don't get down to some of that and realize that that's all true, we may be their victims. But, it's not going to be a straight military conflict because they can't win that. So they're not trying to do that. Instead, what they would do is undermine us surreptitiously. In fact, that's what they are doing. They are coming into our election process. They've come into so many aspects of our lives. So there's danger there. Is this freedom worth defending? Well, there's some people, they say no. They sing the national anthem of communism, which was written by John Lennon, the Imagine song. Imagine there's no religion. Nothing above us, only sky, nothing below us. If this is the way they want to live, which is to have nothing to live for and nothing to die for, that means that life is to become meaningless. So that is our biggest threat. And that is why freedom is worth defending. The freedom of speech is the first and most important freedom that we have. Speech is what? Words. Every word is a label for a concept. So I mentioned to you the word blue. Oh, you got the color. It's even in your head, perhaps. Then I say a blue bird. Now I've invented something that doesn't exist in nature, or maybe they do. But nevertheless, I've described something new, a new concept, just by putting two words together. That's why we have the majority of all the inventions in the world, because we're free thinking, we're free speaking. To lose the freedom of speech is to lose the freedom of thought. It's subtle, but it's true. So why is America the land of opportunity? It's the land of opportunity because we treat each other fairly. We give everybody a chance. And if you do the things that are right and you play your cards right and you've got some extra brains or some extra ability to do something, this is the place you can succeed with it. Then what message would you impress on young people? Well, it's like I said. Think about the song Imagine and understand how damaging that is. Understand that not everything that you're taught is actually true. And not everything that you're taught to be good is actually good. So when you deal with people that talk of DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, they're not talking about the kind of equity we see in the courts. They're talking about something completely different. They're talking about something that is not what it says it is. In fact, it's just the opposite. This is one of the biggest threats facing America. So these are the messages that I would suggest people pay attention to and young people need to learn. You may ask, what does the American flag represent to me? Well, of course, it's the 13 original colonies form the 13 stripes. And the stars all represent the different states. But it's so much more than that. This is a flag that people have died for. I mean, think about the Star-Spangled Banner, where Francis Scott Key was on a prison ship negotiating with the British. And he saw Fort Sumter under attack. And all through the night, there was bombardment of the fort, and men upon men upon men died holding up the flag, keeping it raised, making sure that flagpole didn't come down. And by morning's time, it was surrounded by piles of bodies, but they still were there, and the flag still didn't come down. That's what these words are so important, How do they know that the flag was up all night while they watched in the dark? Because the rockets' red glare and the bombs that were bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. It was still flying, notwithstanding the bombardment that was ongoing to bring that flag down. But the whole British Navy was unable to accomplish that task because of the bravery of the men that held it up. That flag means so much more than just the stripes and stars that are on it. It's the spirit of our country. What does sacrifice look like to a modern America? Sacrifice in modern America means you put your country first. You put your family first. You put God first. These are the things that go first. And if you don't have them first because other things are more important, getting a hot dog for yourself or a great car, whatever it is that's more important than these three values, you're on the wrong track. You may end up getting all these wonderful things, but they won't have the meaning. They won't have the substance that you would have with belief in something more than us, with our country, something else that's more than us, and in family, something else that's more than us. So we are blessed. You know, I heard a fellow say the other day, you know, if you were born in the United States, you already won the lottery. And he was right. We have it. We have it to lose it. And we had better not lose it, because they'll never get it back again if we do. Anyway, thank you so much. This is Peter Ticktin. I'm really thankful for the opportunity to address this group. So thank you so much for listening.
Thank you for watching America's 250th anniversary celebration. Stay tuned for more amazing patriots.
Peter, thank you very much for coming on today, and we appreciate it very much. Our next guest is my good friend Todd Callender from Cloud Hub, and we appreciate you coming in.
250 years. It's an anniversary of our nation, 250 years on July 4. Imagine it's 1/4 of a millennium our nation has existed from before 1776, when our founders started the Articles of Confederacy, the Federalist Papers, giving birth to our Constitution, and thereafter the Bill of Rights. All of the freedoms we enjoy today result from those noble people 1/4 of a millennium ago. And if we do this right, we'll have at least another 1/4 of a millennium of survivorship and thriving and prosperity for our nation. So that's our goal today. And we celebrate 250 years because we've come this far, longer than most any other nation has existed on this planet. Why? Because at the end of the day, our nation is built on freedom. Freedom being what? Freedom to being us, the creations of God, the ability to pursue our dreams as guaranteed by the foundational documents for our nation, the Constitution itself, which, believe it or not, represses our government, which is prone, as all governments are, to abuse, to control. In our case, they work for us. That's what's unique about our nation. That's why we celebrate where we are and who we are, Americans. The pride of the world, the American flag, no matter where it's seen globally, represents what? Freedom, individuality, our ability to take risks, to take chances, to reap the rewards, or to fail in so doing. It is nonetheless our decision, free from oppression, free from those who seek to subject us to crown rule, to a monarchy, to some other overriding governance like communism. If you can imagine, how many times have we beat them back, starting with the crown, the monarchy that controlled the world? A handful of settlers in the middle of the wilderness decided to band together to do what? To seek freedom for themselves, their own destiny, their own opportunity, free from the governance of the few, those who seek to own others and own their enterprises and to own their collective property. Our nation is unique because we own it, us, the people. We own our government. It changed the world completely. It turned governance on its head when our founders declared a revolution, fought the revolution, and beat back the most powerful nation the world had ever known, the Crown, where the sun never set, except on the North American continent in the area we call the United States of America. So please be happy. Please celebrate, because it is by these things, by these sacrifices, by our self-determination and our ability to exploit opportunities that we persist. It's the ideal, the American ideal that we are born with, one that cannot be killed: self-determination, freedom to do so. And when governments become too powerful, everywhere else in the world, nothing changes, except in the United States, where we have the courts, we have the legislature, we have the administration, all of whom fight with each other. For what purpose? To protect us, the citizens who control the government, who choose who is going to represent our interests in a republic form of government, not a democracy, which is mob rule, but where individuals have an opportunity to have their say and to make their thoughts known and to make their mark on the world, as demonstrated by the largest economy by far in the globe. California by itself is the fourth largest economy in the world. So by comparison, the US economy, the US dollar prevails. Why? Because it's an ideal. Why do millions of people want to come to the United States? Why do others celebrate our independence? Because we stand for an ideal, a God-given free will of self-determination. That is the guarantee of our nation. That is what must be protected against everything, including the most insidious of all attacks, and that's apathy. Those who do not care, those who have not earned that freedom, give it away for nothing. It's only until they're attacked, only until they are persecuted, do they stand or rise to the occasion to defend their freedoms. Where do they do that? In our courts, in the public square, in their right to bear arms to protect those freedoms. That's what makes us unique. That's what the world recognizes as being the greatest nation on this planet. Take pride, Americans. Take pride the world over. These are the ideals we represent. We invite you to celebrate with us. 250 years, we're still going strong. God bless America, and God bless you all.
We'll be right back with more sensational patriots celebrating America's 250th anniversary.
Hello, I'm Steve Stern, CEO of Flagshirt.com, a third-generation, veteran-owned small business. I believe that the American way of life is for all of us. I'm asking you today to visit Flagshirt.com. Help keep the American dream alive. Be a flag waver. Carry a nation's heritage. Use coupon code ACTION10 for 10% off site-wide and buy a flag shirt today. Action, action, action.
Don't go anywhere. More of America's 250th celebration coming up next.
Todd, thank you very much for coming on today. And our next guest is going to be Clay Clark. Clay, come on down.
Okay, my name's Clay Clark, and I've got 10 questions that I'm going to be answering here during 7 minutes. And I'm the least talented person on this lineup, so thank you, Steve, for allowing me this opportunity. And I'll go through the questions one by one. First off, why is the 250th anniversary important? Well, most nations, most empires, they last 250 years. So knock on wood or knock on mic. I hope that means that we made it through that first 250, and then we're going to have a great next 250. However, based upon our exponentially increasing national debt, that would be interesting to see if we make it under 250 years. Okay, question number 2. Is the American dream still alive? Well, statistically speaking, I'll pull this up on the screen so people can see this. I'm an entrepreneur, so I would say, yes, I do believe in the American dream. However, I do want to point this out. Let me pull this up here. According to usdebtclock.org, there are now 8.6 million entrepreneurs left in America. And in 2015, the number of self-employed people in America, if you're into facts, we had 15 million self-employed people in 2015. So roughly half as many people are self-employed now as they used to be. And I think the American dream for a lot of people is starting a business, buying a house, raising a family. And I would say that the vast majority of Americans are not starting businesses and are not raising families. And so, yes, the American dream is still alive for me and for you, for anybody watching this. However, statistically speaking, it has shrunk in half. That would be my reaction. Question number 3, why is freedom unique to America? Well, if you're in, let's say, a communist country like China, they have a social credit score system. Now, I do believe in America, there's a strong push to usher in a social credit score system. How does that work? Well, if you put mRNA technology under your skin and you connect that to cryptocurrency, you can simply turn off somebody's ability to buy or sell based upon their adherence or lack thereof to a narrative. And so a social credit score system in China works like this. If I were recording this show in China and I were to say something that goes against President Xi Jinping, then they would just turn my money off and then I would be homeless. In China, if you speak out against the government, they just make you disappear. They have forced organ harvesting in China, and they are now working on brain control weapons to control dissent in China. However, in America, we're also working on brain-computer interfaces, which sounds a lot like the ultimate way to control people is with social credit scoring systems and brain control technology. So I have concerns about that. Question number 4, what threatens freedom today? 5 things threaten our freedom today as I look at it. Maybe you disagree. It's called the Great Reset. But in the Great Reset, it's like a jail cell, a control grid that all of us would be put in, and it has 5 walls or 4 walls and a ceiling. Wall number 1 is mRNA technology. mRNA technology tracks, it allows your body to send and receive signals. That's mRNA technology. And when that coupled with cryptocurrency, that would be the end of freedom as you know it. So you say, what does that mean? Well, Bill Gates has a patent. It's patent W02020060606. Sounds a lot like Revelation chapter 16. Sounds a lot like Revelation chapter 13, verse 16 through 18. Revelation chapter 13, verse 16 through 18. This, in my mind, is the biggest threat to freedom, is you have a cryptocurrency system using body activity. So if they could turn off your money, if someone could turn off your ability to buy or sell based upon where you go and what you do, that would be the ultimate threat to security. So there's 4 walls and a ceiling as I look at it in this control grid they're building. This prison system that's being built here. 1, mRNA technology goes under your skin. It sends and receives signals. 2 is programmable money. 3, it would be self-driving cars that can drive yourself where they want your body to go. The 3rd would be humanoid robots, which are being ushered in by Elon Musk. Humanoid robots, which would take all of our jobs. Not some, but all of our jobs. And finally, it would be having 1 million low-orbit satellites above us that have the ability to emit kinetic weapons, which, by the way, Elon Musk's Starlink satellites have the ability to emit kinetic weapons because he said so. So we know they do. And so you say, what's the biggest threat to our freedom? It would be mRNA technology, cryptocurrency, programmable currency. It would be humanoid robots. It'd be self-driving cars that drive us where they want to take us. And it would be low-orbit satellites that have the ability to deliver precision weapons to precision targets. And that would be scary. Okay, what's the next question? Next question is, why is freedom worth defending? Because if you don't have freedom, you and I are gonna be living in a quarantine camp somewhere, pondering what it was like to have freedom. I mean, if you've ever been to China or know about China, they don't have freedom. They cannot speak out. And so it's like hell on earth. So that's why it's worth defending. Question number 6, why is America the land of opportunity? Well, it's because we have the ability to buy or sell. There's a fundamental meritocracy. You get paid based on what you do, not based on what you say. You get paid based on the results you deliver, the problems you solve. There's capitalism, and then we have God-given rights. God has given us rights, and governments are created amongst men to uphold those rights. However, I believe that is going away soon via this thing called the Great Reset. Why is America the land of opportunity? We talked about that. What is the biggest threat facing America today? We talked about that. What message would I want to pass on to young people? Say no to the Great Reset. Say no to programmable money. Say no to mRNA technology. Say no to self-driving cars that can drive you where they want to take you. Say no to humanoid robots that want to take your job, and say no to 1 million low-orbit satellites that have the ability to emit kinetic precision weapons to specific targets. I don't know that you can say no to that because it's being built. I don't know. What does the American flag represent to you or to me? The American flag represents to me that we are the land of the free because of the brave. I'm not saying I'm brave. I'm saying that America is the land of the free because of the brave that have died and fought for our freedoms that we hold dear and maybe we take for granted here in America. So America is the land of the free because of the brave and the sacrifices they've made. And final question is, what does sacrifice look like in modern America? I don't know exactly. I do know that I did the Reawaken America tour with Eric Trump and General Flynn. And it was my path, my secret plan for losing millions of dollars. Mike Lindell, myself, Rudy Giuliani, we all, were sued. One America was sued. We were all sued. Lawfare, we were all sued for speaking about the Great Reset. And we all lost financially a lot. And so that would be a lot. But we didn't lose our lives like so many brave men and women who fought in World War I, World War II, Vietnam, the Korean War, et cetera. So the ultimate sacrifice is giving up your life for something you believe in. And we just gave up money. So I would say, again, America is the land of the free because of the brave. I'm Clay Clark. I'm sorry my message is not as positive or exciting as maybe some would like. And I apologize that it's fact-filled and fast, but that's the only way I can fit it all into this 7-minute video. So thank you so much for tuning in. Big shout out to Steve Stern, and big shout out to anybody out there who's ever fought in our military, because again, America is the land of the free because of the brave.
SternAmerican and theflagshirt.com would like to thank all the amazing patriots celebrating America's 250th anniversary.
Thank you, Clay. That was sensational. We really appreciate it and appreciate you taking the time. Our next guest is our good friend Joe Hoft. He just got out from being sick, and he immediately comes on our program. He's always there for us, and we appreciate it very much.
Hi, this is Joe Hoft. You maybe know me from either the Gateway Pundit or joehoft.com. Maybe you know me for the books that I've written here recently, especially related to the 2020 election steal, labeled the Steal Trilogy. 3 books on the steal. They've all been complimented by numerous people. President Trump wrote me a nice note on the first book, sent it to me via mail. He didn't have to do that, but these were the dark ages, the dark years of the Biden regime. And I'm sure he was happy to see somebody out there writing a book about what happened in the 2020 election. And Roger Stone and others, Rudy, have all just complimented me on those works. So maybe you know me from those works as well. And I'm just thrilled to be here. Steve asked me to share some things about this country and why it's so important, this 250-year anniversary. Well, I just think it goes down to the fact that this country's really ultimately been blessed. We've been blessed from the very start. Had a series of miracles during our years in existence. I believe one was most recent one, really a miracle, was when President Trump stood after being shot in the head by an assassin's bullet, grazed his ear. And he stands up with blood on his face and says, "Fight, fight, fight." I think all of us who saw this around the world knew that this was a miracle that this man was still alive. He happened to turn his head that one split second extra right at the last minute, and the bullet grazed him. We were all blessed that day, and this country's had similar situations and stories like that throughout the ages. Now at the Battle of Midway, special time frame occurred where ARC planes caught the Japanese in the Pacific off guard in an awkward situation, and in about 10 minutes that changed the whole phase of the war in the Pacific in World War II. Due to blessings there, we've had blessings in the Civil War, in the Revolution, how President Trump, President Washington at the time wasn't president, but General Washington and some great Americans crossed the Potomac and snuck up on the British and caught them off guard and won a couple battles that these 3,000 or so men won that were epic and led to great things for the U.S. country and for the beginning. We've just had great people that were in the right place at the right time to put together our Constitution. And this country has been blessed with many sharp and beautiful and wonderful people, men and women, over the years that have just been super, have given so much to this country, to each other, and to this world. So we just thank all of these great Americans over these last 250 years for being here, being strong, being committed, and loving this country and loving their fellow man and trying to make this a better place. Elon Musk said recently that the United States was maybe one of the only countries in world history that, after conquering its enemies after World War II, didn't just destroy them and replace them, but instead paid for their recovery like we did in Europe and in the Far East after the World War. And who's ever done that before? I think that says a lot about how great this country is and how we've, through the years, have just done the right thing, whether it was Abraham Lincoln after the Civil War, offering the Confederates to have their horses and maybe even their guns after the war, because these people needed these things in order to move on with their lives. And Lincoln, just a couple of weeks after that, signing at Appomattox, ends up being assassinated in April of 1865, one of the greatest months in U.S. history, with the Civil War coming to an end and Abraham Lincoln being inaugurated and then assassinated. Times like that are really epic in our history. Sometimes 1 month, 1 day, one moment in time can change the trajectory, not just of this great country, but now we know of the world. We've been absolutely blessed in so many ways. Is the American dream still alive? Some people wonder, and I think absolutely it is. There's more opportunities now than ever before. AI will help us with incredible speed to be able to create things that used to take us days, weeks, months even. And we'll be so much better, so much more prosperous. President Trump has set us up for just incredible prosperity over the next, decade, if not longer, with his policies on tariffs, etc. It's not unheard of to think that we may not have income taxes in the near future, that the tariffs will take care of the bills of this country and we'll be able to pay down the debt at the same time. American freedom is something else, and I think that's probably one of the greatest characteristics of this country. How we've all cherished our freedom. We want freedom. We don't like it when we're being attacked. We don't like it when politicians are not standing up for us, that appear to be working for some other entity like they are today. I mean, at this point, you'd have to say that the Democrat Party and perhaps even half of the Republican Party are not on our side. They're being led by some other entity, and it's not God, and it's not this, and it's not for the betterment of this country. And so we need to continue to fight, as President Trump said, to make this country last at least another 100 years, if not longer. Like Elon Musk and Trump have said, our future is in the skies. Our future is moving beyond the moon, beyond even Mars, and being the new explorers of this coming century. America and the world are going to just have incredible things that are going to occur. It's going to be epic. Are we winning today? I believe we are. I think the proof's in the pudding. What we had was a poll a year after January 6th, 2021, where Rasmussen noted that 65% of Americans, basically 2 out of 3 Americans, believe that the election was stolen and that January 6th was a setup. Today, those numbers are maybe even higher. Recently, Rasmussen had a poll that said 82% of Americans believe the government's weaponized. So we're on the same page. We're not the minority. The polls that they quote that Trump's behind are bogus. They're garbage. President Trump's done more for this country and this world in this short period of time of this administration than ever before. What he's doing is making the world safer and America safer, America more prosperous. He's put in place policies and tariffs and economic policies that make sense for the U.S. and make sense for foreign entities. He's using that same technique to bring world peace. The world is a better place and a safer place due to America. It's important that we keep this America going. Now, I think if the evil wants to take over the world, their target is the United States. And maybe that's sitting back for this 4-year period under President Trump. But they're not sleeping, they're not stopping, and it'll continue. We need to bring justice to all of this over the next few years. And so that's what we're working for. is not just continuing to grow, continuing to be the great country that we are, and continuing to be the land of opportunity for good people that want to come here legally and make this country better. Remember in Hong Kong, I lived there for years. You couldn't move to Hong Kong unless you had money in your pocket or a job. That was the requirements. And the U.S. should probably be the same. It's a great place. We need to protect it. We don't need to flood it with a bunch of people that will change our culture. We've got the best culture I think the world's ever seen. We get along great, despite what the media says. We have a lot of fun together, and we care for each other, and we're a safe place, and we have a culture of integrity, and we don't want that changed. So we got to continue to fight for that, for our future. The American flag has been a symbol for the United States for years, and it's changed over the years as well. I expect that there'll be additional states in the near future. I'm actually writing a book about that right now. It makes a lot of sense. Some of these states and the Congress are kind of a little bit whacked out. I think we need to make some changes. So there's a lot of things that we need to do moving forward. We've got some real smart people that are doing it, some real courageous people that are moving forward and making America a better place and a great again. And we can do that too, every one of us in our own individual areas. One of the greatest things that we can continue to do for sure is prayer. We need to pray for each other, for this great country, for the future of this country, and for our leaders, so that they stay on the straight and narrow path, making America better in alignment with Christianity, the Judeo-Christian culture and ideas. And we need to continue to fight for that. It's worth fighting for. We've got some challenging battles ahead, no doubt. And it's going to come to a T at various times. We need to be strong and stand for what's right, stand for what our forefathers fought for, and stand for peace in the world as well as prosperity for everybody. We've got a lot of opportunity here. We can do it. We can pray at the very least, and it may be the best thing that we can do. But we can also work as hard as we can as well. Work like it depends on us, and pray like it depends on God. America is a great place. It's worth our prayers. It's worth another 100, if not thousands of years. Hopefully in 1,000 years, they'll still be remembering a great phrase from President Trump from a couple of years ago saying, fight, fight, fight. We need to continue to fight against evil and fight for what's right for all people in America, all people that have been hurt, some even by this government. We need to fix those things and make it very important and very, very severe penalties for anybody that works for the government that breaks our laws. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all that you do. And God bless America. God bless this country. Happy 250th. Let's hope for another 250 years in the next next few centuries. Thank you.
Joe, thanks for coming on today, and thank you for everything you said. And we appreciate everything that you do and all the reporting that you give to us.
Don't go anywhere. More of America's 250th celebration coming up next.
"250 years ago, a nation was born, built on courage, driven by freedom, defined by patriots who stood their ground. Today, we don't just remember that legacy, we wear it. This is more than a shirt. It's a symbol of strength, freedom, and pride. I'm Steve Stern, COO of theflagshirt.com, and I invite you to celebrate 250 years of the United States with us. Wear your pride, stand for something, get your shirts today."
Welcome back to America's 250th, celebrating years of freedom, faith, and opportunity.
Well, we're now down to hour 4, our last hour of this great program, and we saved some of our very good friends toward the end. Our first person up for our next hour is Patrick Byrne. We want to thank him very much for coming on. He's on every TV podcast that you can think, and we want to bring him down.
Hello, Patrick Byrne here on the quarter millennial of our nation's founding. It excites me because I'm a philosopher by background, and the philosophical importance of this cannot be overstated. The true history of mankind is one of destitution, tyranny, and slavery. No matter how you cut it, it was destitution, tyranny, and slavery. And then some people had an idea. And the key idea, the great experiment, was to invert that and say that we, the people, are in charge, and we're creating this corporation, just like we might create a plumbing corporation to do some things that we can't do ourselves or don't want to do ourselves. We're creating this corporation called the federal government to do it. And it's this creature that we created, and it's very much restricted on what it can do. There's just a list, actually, of the things it can do. It's called Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution. That's the only thing they're supposed to really be able to do. And all the rest of the powers are left to us. We the people in the states. This architecture, it was an experiment when it started. Nobody knew if it was going to work or not. And our founding fathers studied all the ancients and all the ancient attempts at democracy and looked at what brought them down and designed our Constitution so it would not be subject to those same flaws. They weren't sure it was going to last. I bet if you had gone back and said 250 years, I bet a lot of them would have thought that was an optimistic. They were optimistic it would make it that far. And it seems to me that it is the central moment in mankind's history, to me, is the formation of the USA. When all of these, when 2,500 years of inspirations and thoughts and different discoveries by different cultures, from, I think to think of it as Jerusalem, Athens, Rome, Britain, and the Dutch primarily, all these insights all got put together into our Constitution and created this free country. And another aspect of that is that it's a bet that prosperity does not come from big shots up top telling us what to do, but that if we can all be left to our own devices to make deals with each other, you're only going to make a deal if it leaves you a little bit better off, and the same with the other guy. And if we can have a system where millions of people are individually making millions of these little deals all day, they lift us out of poverty. It's not they lift us into prosperity. It's not some plan given us by some superior. It's our interactions. And the role of government is to police those interactions and make sure people aren't cheating and committing fraud or coercing each other. But this was the mental framework behind the creation of our Constitution. They call the classical liberal constitutions, as one scholar. So to me, this is like the moment the divine spark reached history, and man had finally a ladder by which to crawl out of the muck of tyranny and poverty and slavery. And of course, it took us, after our founding, it took us another 3 generations or so to reach the point where we had rid our society of slavery as well. And then another couple before we and the British basically ended it for the world. So if freedom is important to you, to me, freedom is the most important value, because a life can have no meaning if you're not choosing it freely for yourself. It can have no meaning. So to me, that the birth of freedom, it's really where it all came together was in the people who created our Constitution and our country. I don't think it's over. I think we're very, very close to losing it in the last couple decades. There's a whole political wing of our country that no longer believes in the Constitution. They're called progressives. And they have grand theories of how they should redesign the world, or how they want to redesign the world. And to them, the Constitution is a set of handcuffs. It's a set of handcuffs that keeps them from getting on with all the big things they want to do. But what we really discovered about them in the last 5 or 6 years is they don't really have anything they want to build. They just want to destroy. They just want to destroy. So I think we scraped by. I think it's a miracle that we did not get taken out in the last 6 years and are to a place where our country would never have gotten back from. Remember, in the last presidency, I don't want to get too political, but Joe Biden was trying to surrender our authority to the World Health Organization so they could dictate what a pandemic is, and no state, including us, would be able to resist, and that we had to follow their orders. So we have a group of people in our country who hate freedom, who hate that we're organized like this. They have from the beginning for 250 years, these Central European Germans have wanted to bring us back under their thumb. And that's, they almost got there. And through ideology, through corruption, through subversion of our schools, they almost got there in the last 5 or 6 years. And it's really quite a miracle that we got through the overthrow of our country. The institutions didn't really hold, the judiciary didn't do much. It was we the people who got it together and kept them from sealing the deal. So to me, this is especially sweet, this 250th anniversary, because I lived through the process where I know this wasn't supposed to happen. We were not supposed to get to this point. If you'd asked me at any time from 2021 forward for a few years, I might have taken odds that we would reach this point. So a lot of people gave up a lot over the last 250 years so you could be enjoying this special moment in this special country. So I hope you make the most of it. And I hope you give some reflection on the thinking and the actions of generations of people before you that you'll never met, who brought you to this life that you're able to enjoy through the creation of the USA. So again, congratulations on all of our 250th anniversary, and enjoy your July 4th.
Thank you for watching America's 250th anniversary celebration. Stay tuned for more amazing patriots.
Patrick, thank you very much for giving us your little speech, and we appreciate it so much. Next, we have Dr. Gina Loudon, Real America Voice, on every morning, 8 to 10 on Eastern Time. She's always there for us, and she is coming down to do her great little video.
250 years ago, ordinary people did something extraordinary. They looked at the most powerful empire in the world and they said, government exists to serve the people, not the other way around. Well, that idea, my friends, changed human history. The 250th anniversary of America matters because this nation was never just another country. America is the greatest experiment in self-governance ever attempted. For generations, people crossed oceans with nothing really but faith on their side and determination, because America represented something rare in human history. It represents freedom, opportunity, and the belief that your future is not decided by your birth. And despite everything we hear today, I still believe the American dream is alive. But let's be honest, guys, harder than it should be, right? For too many Americans, the system feels rigged, feels like it's working against them. Families are squeezed by inflation. Young people are told they should lower their expectations instead of chasing dreams and greatness. We've created a culture where people are rewarded for complaining more than they are for building. The American dream was never about guaranteed success. It was about earned success. It was about merit. It was about the freedom to work hard, to take risks, to build a business, to raise a family, to worship freely, to create a better life than the generation before us. And that dream, I believe, still exists, but only if we defend the values that made it possible. Freedom is unique in America because our rights do not come from the government. They come from God, the one true God. The Constitution doesn't grant us freedom. It protects freedom. The distinction matters. In many countries, citizens are subjects of the state. In America, the government answers to we the people. That idea is revolutionary, and that's why millions still want to come here. Nobody risks everything to escape freedom, right? They escape tyranny to come to freedom. For freedom, my friends, it's so fragile. As Tina Peters said this week, it's much easier to lose it, much faster to lose it, much slower and harder to gain it back. The threats today don't always come wearing uniforms. Sometimes they come through censorship, through government overreach. through corporate control, through attacks on free speech, faith, family, national identity. Sometimes the bigger danger is teaching Americans to be ashamed of America itself. A nation that forgets what made it great will stop being great. So that's why freedom is worth defending, because once freedom is lost, history shows it's incredibly hard to get it back. Every generation inherits liberty, but every generation must protect it. And freedom requires sacrifice, personal sacrifice, every single day. Modern sacrifice may not always look like storming beaches or fighting in the trenches or going to a rally, although we still honor all of those who serve in our military. Today, the sacrifice looks like parents working overtime to provide for their children. It looks like small business owners risking everything to pursue a dream and provide a service. Police officers keeping communities safe, veterans carrying invisible wounds, citizens speaking truth, even when it's unpopular. Sacrifice means putting something bigger than yourself first. America remains the land of opportunity because nowhere else rewards innovation, ambition, and resilience like these United States. This country empowers ordinary people to do extraordinary things. The greatest companies, inventions, movements, and breakthroughs started in garages, in farms, in living rooms, in churches, and in small towns. Not from government mandates, but from free people pursuing big ideas. That spirit is still alive across our country. But the biggest threat facing America today is division combined with self-decline, combined with decline. We are losing confidence in our institutions, losing trust in each other, and in some cases, losing faith in the principles that built this nation. We cannot survive if Americans stop seeing themselves as Americans first. We don't need to agree on everything, but we do need shared values. We need personal responsibility, equal justice, secure borders, strong families, free speech, hard work, and love of country and God. And to young people, this is the message I would pass along. Don't let anyone convince you that America is evil or hopeless or finished or that you aren't part of it. You are inheriting the greatest country on earth, but greatness is not automatic. It requires courage, discipline, faith, and patriotism. Your generation does not need to apologize for America. Your generation needs to rebuild America. Travel the country, meet real people, go to the places you don't see on TV, start businesses, raise your family, serve your communities, protect your freedoms, learn the Constitution. This is important. Learn the Bible. Appreciate the sacrifices that came before you. And never forget this. Freedom survives only when good people are willing to defend it. That's you. When I look at the American flag, I don't just see colors or fabric. I see sacrifice. I see generations who fought, worked, prayed, struggled so that you could live free. I see unity. I see hope. I see the promise that no matter where you came from, you can become part of something even greater than yourself. The American flag represents the greatest story of liberty the world has ever known. 250 years later, America still matters because the ideals of America still matter. As long as free people are willing to stand up, speak out, work hard, and love this country, the American experiment is far from over. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. Thank you so much.
Don't go anywhere. More of America's 250th celebration coming up next.
Hello, I'm Steve Stern, CEO of Flagshirt.com, a third-generation, veteran-owned small business. I believe that the American way of life is for all of us. I'm asking you today to visit Flagshirt.com. Help keep the American dream alive. Be a flag waver. Carry a nation's heritage. Use coupon code ACTION10 for 10% off site-wide and buy a flag shirt today. Action, action, action.
Welcome back to America's 250th anniversary. Brought to you by the Flag Shirt.
Dr. Loudon, thank you very much for coming on. Our next person up is Dory Wiley, and we want to thank him for coming on today.
Hello, my name is Dory Wiley. 250 years ago, there was a first. Not just a revolution, not just a war won against impossible odds, but a revolution in politics born of a revolution in the soul. 40 years before the Declaration, a great awakening swept the American colonies. Jonathan Mayhew climbed into a Boston pulpit in 1750 and told his congregation that obedience to a tyrant king was not a Christian virtue. It was a Christian sin. And more than that, resisting tyranny was a Christian's duty. Pastor John Peter Muhlenberg understood that. He preached his last sermon in Virginia, removing his clerical robe to reveal the uniform of a Continental Army colonel, and watched 300 men enlist before sundown and walk out of his church. Not one idea that found its way into the Declaration of Independence, not one, had failed to be preached from the American pulpit in the 40 years before Jefferson picked up his pen. The equality of souls before God, the limits of earthly authority, the right of conscience, the duty to resist tyranny. Jefferson did not originate these convictions, he codified them. What those preachers gave the colonies was moral certainty, that rights are not granted by government, they're given by God. For centuries, kings claimed to rule by divine right. For the first time in history, government was made subordinate to its people and to God. No one had ever written that down and meant it until July 4th, 1776. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. 56 men signed their names, pledging their lives, fortunes, and their sacred honor, knowing it was a death sentence at the hands of the crown. Jonathan Hart of New Jersey fled from his dying wife's bedside when Hessian soldiers came for him. He slept in fields and caves for months, and when he finally came home, she had been buried and his 13 children scattered. He never saw them again. He died in 1779, some say, of a broken heart. Thomas Nelson of Virginia personally directed American cannon fire into his own home when the British made it their headquarters at Yorktown. Abraham Clark of New Jersey gave 2 sons to the Continental Army. They were captured and sent to the infamous British ship hulk, the Jersey, where more Americans died than in every battle of the Revolution combined. The British offered repeatedly to release his sons if Clark would recant. Every parent in the world can fathom what that cost him when he replied simply, no. 9 signers died during the war. 12 had their homes burned. They were not marble figures. They were mortal men who paid a mortal price for an immortal idea. And somehow, against all odds, they won. Across approximately 250 battles and skirmishes in the entire 8-year Revolutionary War, there is not one recorded instance of weather intervening to the detriment of the colonists. Not one. Heaven, it seems, was not neutral. At Brooklyn Heights, Washington's trapped army crossed the East River at night in silence. As the final boats pushed off at dawn, a thick fog rolled in so dense the British could see nothing, and the wind holding British warships in position to intercept reversed. The ships could not move. Washington was the last man to leave, and the American army was saved. At Trenton, a Christmas blizzard became cover for the famous Delaware crossing that caught the Hessians off guard and kept the Continental Army alive. And at Yorktown, on the night before Cornwallis surrendered, a sudden squall drove his escape boats downriver. The army became trapped, and the war ended. Again and again and again. Only one direction was the intervention from heaven. Washington called the long list of miracles and intervention providential. And Franklin spoke of the governance of God in the affairs of men and his answered prayers. But consider the most telling detail of all. Jefferson did not write the divine providence clause into the Declaration of Independence. Congress added it. A room full of men who had lived through the impossible and looked at his draft and added what every man in the room understood. They had not and could not do this alone. They built a republic, not a democracy, a Bill of Rights no majority could breach. Franklin called it a republic if you can keep it. Here's a truth worth speaking plainly on the 250th anniversary. There is nothing wrong with our government. The problems we face are not structural, they are moral. Adam said the Constitution was made only for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate to any other. When those in office fail the republic, the fault is not in the parchment. The fault is in us. We are the thing to fear, and we are also the remedy and the cure. We address it by knowing who we are, and we know who we are by knowing who we were and studying our history. We were a people awakened to the conviction that human beings were made for more than subjection. That conscience answers to a higher authority than any crown, that a nation could prove to be a watching world, that a self-government was not a dream. It was a design. That design has held for 250 years. Ben Franklin, 81 years old, stood in the summer of 1787 at the Constitutional Convention and asked, have we now forgotten that powerful friend? On our 250th anniversary, we remember. We remember the preachers who awakened us. We remember the 56 who signed, Abraham Clark who would not recant. We remember what was paid, and we remember what was promised. And we renew the only vow this republic has ever required. To know who we are is to know who we were, and to be worthy of both. Happy birthday, America.
Thank you for watching America's 250th anniversary celebration. Stay tuned for more amazing patriots.
Dory, thank you very much for your great speech. Our next guest is one of my good friends. She has a great podcast, Mel K. Come on down, Mel.
In the summer of 1776, 56 men put their names on a single sheet of paper. They knew what it would cost them. The last line of the Declaration of Independence is not flourish. That line is a pledge. Those men wagered their lives, their fortune, and their sacred honor on the idea that had never held up anywhere at scale. The idea was simple. For the first time ever, though dangerous, government answers to the people, not the other way around. Many of the signers paid with their lives, their homes. They were hunted. Many of them died with nothing. They did not flinch because they understood something had grown, something had become real. Freedom is not inherited like a family heirloom. You defend it or you lose it. 250 years later, we are standing on the far side of that wager. We are the proof that the gamble worked, and we are the test of whether it holds. I've spent years looking into this country's history and recording it for you and for myself and others, the documents, the minutes, the things that make this country really special. And I will tell you, the 250th year is not a finish line. In fact, it's a hinge, I believe, to something better we can have in the future. When the Constitutional Convention closed in 1787, a woman in Pennsylvania asked Benjamin Franklin what they had made, a republic, if you can keep it. Well, it meant you, and it meant me, and it meant everyone watching this and everyone out there. If you can keep it, that is our assignment. That was not Franklin boasting, that was him being honest. And the truth is that many things have happened in this country, but people often ask why American freedom is different than freedom anywhere else. The answer is the architecture. For most of human history, rights came down from a king or a council as a gift. What is handed to you cannot be taken back. The American founding turned that upside down. Your rights come first. Your rights come from God. They do not come from government. Government is hired help, bound by a written contract, and that contract can be enforced only if we, the people, demand that it stay in place. The Constitution of the United States and the Bill of Rights and the Declaration of Independence are pieces of paper to some people, but to many of us, they are the DNA of this country. And they made this nation the freest, proudest, most amazing country on planet Earth. People ask, is the American dream still alive? I will answer with something I have watched happen, not something I merely hope for. I have seen people arrive here with almost nothing, a language they barely spoke, and the willingness to work hard. With a single generation, their children are building companies, treating patients, and writing the next chapter of our history. That is not a fairy tale. This is America. This is how we were built. The dream was never a guarantee of an easy life. It was a promise about the rules. Where you start does not lock in where you finish. Your last name, your father's bank balance do not decide your ceiling. If you build something real, it is yours. That promise is under pressure right now, and it is worth saying plainly. But it is not dead. It lives in every person who still believes effort should be rewarded and who refuses a future where the result is decided before the race even begins. So what actually threatens the United States right now is not what most people think. The danger is slower and quieter. Decisions drift away from the people who have lived with them and into rooms those people have never been invited to enter. The American people right now are standing at a precipice, not just for ourselves, but for the entire world. As I would say to Donald Trump and everyone when he started running and said, they're not after me, they're after you, and I'm in the way. I have been saying now for 6 years nonstop on the Mel K show, they're not after America, they're after the world, and America is in the way. And we, the people, should be so proud that we live in this country that stands for liberty, individual freedom, personal responsibility. Everyone has a shot, equal opportunity, hard work, merit, and all the things that our founders had to do to create this country are still alive and well in America. And the part that should give you courage is that everything that is wrong with this country is in the people's hands to not only fix, but to improve and create a better future, to call out the fraud and to call out the miseducation and to call out everything along the way, our birthright that was stolen from us over years and years of engineering and trying to destroy our country from within, but they did not succeed. This 250 years is the year that we, the people, take this country back. That is our inheritance. The job is not finished. The country is still working towards a more perfect union, but that perfect union is the best there is on planet Earth. 250 years is not an ending. It is a question, the same question put to every generation that inherited this republic. Will we keep it? Will you keep it? Well, I will keep it, and I will do everything in my power to make sure that we have another 250 years that is even better than the first 250. Every single one of us can do our part because in this country, we, the people of the United States, and the consent of the governed still matter. And the Constitution, the Bill of Rights live every single day in those that value them. So I just want to say happy birthday, America. The 250 years of amazing, amazing achievement and growth and history and leading in so many different ways in space and in every single which way we have. We, the people, are still the ones that bring this country to life. For life, transparency, truth, and justice. So happy 250th anniversary to the greatest country on the planet Earth. And thank you so much for being a part of this amazing experience this country has offered to us all.
We'll be right back with more sensational patriots celebrating America's 250th anniversary.
"250 years ago, a nation was born, built on courage, driven by freedom, defined by patriots who stood their ground. Today, we don't just remember that legacy, we wear it. This is more than a shirt. It's a symbol of strength, freedom, and pride. I'm Steve Stern, COO of theflagshirt.com, and I invite you to celebrate 250 years of the United States with us. Wear your pride, stand for something, get your shirts today.
Welcome back to celebrating America's 250th anniversary, honoring the past, inspiring the future.
Mel, thank you very much for your nice speech on why you love America. Our next guest, my very, very good friend, Dan Smeriglio. He's always there for me. Voice of the people. He has a great podcast. We want to thank him for taking the time to come on today in his busy schedule.
So it's an honor to be here, obviously, and it's an honor to talk about something that means so much to everyone. And we're talking about America. We're talking about 250 years as a country. And I mean, is there anything more special than that? Most empires failed to reach 250 years. Imagine that through the annals of history. But here in the United States of America, we are about to celebrate 250 years. And I cannot think of anything more special, more powerful, more magical, because America represents the vision for the world, for so many that seek liberty, that seek freedom, that want what we have, that want that independence. We are that beacon of light. And as Ronald Reagan famously said, we are the shining example of what liberty looks like, what it feels like. And we've had our challenges. Throughout the generations, there have been challenges to the very core and the fiber of our nation, of our being, but we always manage to overcome, because the thing that unites us is this uniqueness that is the United States of America, that is the power of this country, that so many millions have fought and given their lives for, to protect and preserve what we hold so sacred, what we hold so near and dear to our hearts. It's an honor for me to say that I've served my country, because I understood that this country is worth fighting for, and if need be, worth dying for, to preserve what has been built, to preserve what is the example for the world to see that liberty and freedom and this republic can work as long as the people of this nation are willing to fight for it, to stand up for it, to salute it, to honor it, and yes, at times to sacrifice for it. Whether differences get in the way, whether it's opinions or politics, it's really irrelevant at the end of the day, because America is bigger. The idea of this country, the republic, if you can keep it. I think those words are powerful because we have kept it, and we face so much adversity, and we face so many attacks. But this isn't about attacks. This isn't about division. This isn't about people who disagree with our political leanings. What this is really about is a celebration that even in the most perfect system, we continue to push forward. Whether your neighbor thinks differently than you, or a family member thinks differently than you, we have the right to that in this country. So many others in the world want and strive to try to be like the United States of America. And I think it's important to note that, in the future, present day even, we're going to have challenges. And for the next generations coming up, there's going to be more thrown their way to tell you that the system is broken. This country, the design of this nation, this republic was created by old men from a long time ago that just don't understand the modern day. I think the genius of our founding fathers was seeing and envisioning where this nation, where this country can go, where it will go. And they gave us the most perfect document. They gave us not just the Bill of Rights, but our Constitution, that is our guidebook, that is our rule book, so to speak, of how we act, how we live, how we exist, and how we even evolve. So when people tell you that this country, that the flag has lost its meaning, that America has lost its way, ignore that. Take the time to do just an ounce of research, where everything is coming at you at 1,000,000 miles per hour now, in the days of technology and social media, whatever it may be, and biases and opinion. You know what? At the end of the day, none of that really matters, because at its core, America stands for so much more. America stands for, you have the right to disagree with me. You have the right to point the finger and say, I disagree with your beliefs, and I disagree with this, I disagree with that, and we could return to the same thing. But still, find a way to stay united. But it's important to educate yourself. It's important to know the history of the Star-Spangled Banner, our national anthem, how it was derived and what it was written about, the sacrifice given to uphold our flag. It's something so powerful. The flag we salute, the flag that sadly is draped over the coffins of our brave men and women that give their lives and pay the ultimate price to preserve our freedom. These things are powerful. These things are forever. They're absolute. And it's all about a love for this nation, a love for this country, this idea. And I think it's, to go back to what I said, what's so important is, you know, a republic, if you can keep it. It's up to us now to protect what has been built, what has been fought for. And it's up to future generations to do your research and understand what it is that built this country into the greatest country in the world. And I've had the pleasure and the joy to travel the world, see many places, and I assure you that even when we have our challenges, there's no other nation on this earth that I would rather call home. And that's what it comes down to, because America is a state of being. It's in your heart. It's in your soul. America is that guiding light for all the world. And we will continue to be for the next 250 years and beyond. But it's up to all of us to continue that fight, continue that mission, to preserve liberty. So all I have to say is happy birthday to the United States of America. And God bless this great nation. God bless our president. God bless all that have fought and continue to fight for this country. And we always, every day is Memorial Day, we always honor those who have come before us. I love America, and I hope that you love this country just as much as I do. And for the younger generations, learn to love this country as much as we do, because I assure you, there's nothing else like it anywhere else in the world.
Thank you for watching America's 250th anniversary celebration. Stay tuned for more amazing patriots.
Dan, thanks for a great speech that you gave us. We really appreciate it. You had your heart in it, and I love everything you do, and thank you for streaming us today. Our next guest, Linda Szynkowicz, is always on our election security call, one of my co-hosts at Trump International. She's always there for us. FightVoterFraud.org. Linda, come on down.
I am so grateful to be able to talk to everyone, not only in the United States, but around the world, concerning our 250th anniversary for the United States of America. Through the years, there has been so many people who have risked their lives and fought for what we have. And unfortunately, there are a lot of people here living in the United States that have no idea what it is to be an American and be a patriot, to do what's right for our country, for our children, and to make our forefathers proud, as well as look out for our children in the future. We are off track, but we're heading back in the right direction. And that is mostly in part to our Commander-in-Chief, President Donald J. Trump. He's a true patriot. He knows what America is about and should be about. And we need to get more young people to understand what it means to be free. Our country is unlike just about any other country around the world. We have free speech. We can say what we feel. If we disagree with those that are governing us, we're allowed to speak and speak our mind. Although some of them right now that speak their mind are off track, and we know they're off track, and we really do need to bring them back to the history of the United States. What it is, again, to be an American, a true patriot, someone who believes in freedom. But along with that, we have laws. We have ways to become American citizens. Our founding fathers knew how difficult it was in forming the country and shaping how we should be represented. And it was for a reason. We can't just have anybody come over the border. We can't have people here in the United States that preach death to America. We don't need them here. We don't want them here. That is not what America is about. Now, the founding fathers had an incredible vision for the United States of America, even before they knew that it was going to become the United States of America. Those founding fathers that risked everything, including treason, they risked their lives. They even risked their families' lives by signing the Declaration of Independence. They had incredible foresight into what America should be. And America has become a beacon of hope and freedom around the world. And it's because of our forefathers. And in order to maintain that, throughout the decades, true patriots have fought and still fight to retain our constitutional republic. And again, thousands of lives were lost through the wars against those trying to take away our God-given right of being free. I am truly grateful to our Commander-in-Chief, President Donald J. Trump, for reminding us not only about our history, our values, but what it is to be a true patriot. He is helping to bring back those that have lost their way and try to help them to understand what it is to be an American. So as we celebrate our 250 years as a free nation, I not only reflect on the past, but I'm hopeful the future of America will make our founding fathers proud. So God bless all of you. God bless President Trump, and God, please continue to bless our country, the United States of America. Thank you.
We'll be right back with more sensational patriots celebrating America's 250th anniversary.
Hello, I'm Steve Stern, CEO of Flagshirt.com, a third-generation veteran-owned small business. I believe that the American way of life is for all of us. I'm asking you today to visit Flagshirt.com. Help keep the American dream alive. Be a flag waver. Carry your nation's heritage. Use coupon code ACTION10 for 10% off site-wide and buy a flag shirt today. Action, action, action.
Welcome back to celebrating America's 250th anniversary, honoring the past, inspiring the future.
Linda, thank you so much for everything you do for our country, and I appreciate you coming on today. Our next guest, John Solomon. As you know, John has his voice on Real America Voice. He's everywhere. I want to thank him so much for giving us the time to come on today, and we appreciate very much.
Hey folks, the flag has been forever endemic to my career, whether it's over the casket of a fallen hero, flying over a Super Bowl stadium, or in my backyard. The flag reminds us of the sacrifices that this country has been built on now for an amazing 250 years. On my desk in my office here in Washington, D.C., I have a replica of the Iwo Jima flag being raised in the end of World War II. It's a reminder to me. It was actually made for one of the journalists who was there. It was given to me when that journalist passed. It is one of the most prized possessions I have because it reminds me that the men and women who hoist it in the middle of battle, who carry it on their uniform, whether they're law enforcement or paramedics or armed forces servants, they know they're defending freedom. That flag, those 13 stripes and 50 stars, are what make this country unbelievably unique. On this, our 250th birthday, I want all of us to salute the flag on Flag Day and every day, because it is our reminder of just how precious freedom is and how amazing the people who built that freedom are to this country's history. I love our flag. I hope you do too.
SternAmerican and theflagshirt.com would like to thank all the amazing patriots celebrating America's 250th anniversary.
John, thanks for coming on today, and we appreciate everything you said. So, can you hear me? So anyway, we bring our last person on. He wasn't able to come on live, but he did a little video for us. General Michael Flynn, who comes on all the time. So let's see General Flynn, and then we will close the show with a lot of information. While we're waiting, want to let everybody know to go to theflagshirt.com. We're loading his video. You can get me at stern1054@gmail.com if you have any suggestions, criticisms. We brought you many of our people. If you missed Tina Peters, this Sunday, we're going to have a 12-hour marathon telethon.
My name is General Mike Flynn, and I'm going to read some comments here about how and why. My name is General Mike Flynn, and I'm going to read some comments here about how and why I think the 250th anniversary of our nation is so vitally important. 250 years ago, 56 men placed their signatures beneath words that had never before been written into law by any nation on earth. They declared that all men are created equal, endowed by their Creator with unalienable rights, and that government exists not to grant those rights, but to secure them. That was a covenant. George Washington crossed the Delaware in a winter so brutal that men left blood in the snow with every single step they took. They were unpaid and outnumbered. They pressed forward regardless, because they understood what they were carrying was larger than any one of them. It was a cause for freedom. It was larger than any army, larger than any single season of suffering. John Adams wrote to his wife Abigail that he was well aware of the toil, blood, and treasure it would cost to maintain the independence that they had declared. He knew the price that he paid. He knew the price, and he paid it willingly. 250 years later, we are the inheritors of that payment. That is not a small inheritance. It is the most consequential inheritance any generation in human history has ever received. A constitutional republic built on natural law, grounded in the recognition that rights come from God and not from government. No nation before or since has been founded on that principle with such clarity and such courage. We must ask ourselves honestly whether we have been faithful stewards of what was entrusted to us. We must ask whether we have taught our children what this republic cost and what it requires. We must ask what we have stood, or whether we have stood watch when others looked away, whether we've spoken plainly when silence would have been easier, and acted when the hour demanded action. The founders did not build this nation so that future generations could consume it in comfort. They built it so that liberty itself would endure, pass forward intact through every single generation willing to defend it. We are that generation now. So on July 4th, 2026, this nation marks 250 years of existence. Pray for the Republic with the seriousness that this moment deserves. The covenant the founders made with Providence and with each other did not expire. It was passed on to each and every single one of us. Honor it. God bless the United States of America. And thank you, Steve Stern, for what you do for this country.
So 4 hours later, we are finished with our program today. We want to thank Steve Bannon, who really helped me quite a bit. And as we told you before, his shirt If you go to standwithbannon.com, that's standwithbannon.com, you could get his T-shirt with the War Room on it, 250th anniversary, a special shirt that we have made for him, with him and his whole team. We want to thank OBBM Network, who is broadcasting with Smeriglio Media, 147 cities. Every city, 38 states are sending this message out for us for the last 4.5 hours. We want to thank everybody who came on. If you'd like to see the rerun or you want to scan through it, go to SternAmericanRumble.com. That's SternAmericanRumble.com. It'll be live there as soon as we get off. We have so many podcasters help us. We couldn't mention them all. Want to thank you again. If you want to reach me, 954-562-5225, stern1054@gmail.com. We'll answer all the questions. Want to thank all the hundreds and thousands of people who bought shirts today. Especially, this is our #1 shirt and our #1 hat. So we're glad to see everybody here. We'll probably do this again next year, but it'll probably be Flag Day. You know, over the last 4 or 5 years, we've done Flag Day. And we want to thank everybody for spending all this time. We will be getting Tina Peters' stuff out. Again, Tina Peters this Sunday from 12 Central Time. I'm sorry, 9 Central Time to 9:00 p.m. Central Time. Many speakers. We need to help her. Go to www.tinapeters.us. Please donate. I don't care if it's $10, $15, whatever you can afford. And you know, I always end up with action, action, action. Thanks everybody for coming.